August 20, 2007, a 12-year-old walking Jebediah Island's shoreline in British Columbia spots a nearly new size 12 running shoe. It's heavier than it should be. Inside is a human foot, still largely intact. 6 days later, and 50 kilometers away on Gabriola Island, hikers find another sneaker with a foot. Different brands, both right feet, not a pair. Those two discoveries were only the beginning. Over the next dozen years, one or two shoe-encased feet surfaced almost annually around the Salish Sea, on the Canadian side and in Washington state. By 2019, the count reached 21. Theories exploded. Victims of organized crime, human trafficking, even remnants from the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami riding the Pacific currents. Internet lore elevated the idea of a Salish sea killer, severing feet and tossing them into tidal highways. The forensics tell a different story. In case after case, DNA identified missing persons who had entered the water, some intentionally, some by accident, years apart. One foot traced back to a fisherman, lost in 1987. So, why feet? And why in shoes? Because shoes, especially modern foam midsoles, are both protective and buoyant. In marine environments, scavengers in decomposition separate limbs at the joints. Over time, feet inside sneakers are shielded from predation, then float free as the rest of the body sinks, disperses, or is consumed. Prevailing currents and complicated shoreline topography do the rest, depositing footwear on beaches where people will find them. Only one outlier hinted at human concealment, a Seattle discovery in December 2011 in which the lower leg was still attached and wrapped in plastic, likely evidence related to a separate homicide rather than a link in a serial chain. The rest aligned with oceanography, anatomy, and shoe design, not a murderer patrolling ferry lanes. The unsettling truth is more ordinary and no less sad. When lives end in cold coastal waters, the sea sometimes returns only what floats. A quiet afternoon patrol in the town of Heilbronn shattered in seconds. On April 25, 2007, 25-year-old Officer Michelle and her 22-year-old partner Martin parked up at the edge of a park to watch the flow of traffic. Minutes later, someone came up from behind their vehicle and opened fire at close range. Both officers were shot in the head. A taxi driver who stumbled onto the aftermath called it in immediately. Responders found something puzzling. The officer's sidearms and handcuffs were missing, and both victims were outside the car, suggesting the attacker forced them out and looted the cruiser. Against all odds, Martin survived after extensive surgery and a month-long coma, but the trauma erased his memory of the attack. Forensics recovered a clean DNA profile from the patrol car's dashboard, an apparent breakthrough that instead detonated into a forensic nightmare. The profile matched traces from a string of unsolved cases, stretching back more than a decade. In 1993, a 62-year-old woman had been strangled with wire in her German home. In 2001, a 61-year-old man died in an almost identical fashion. In both homes, large amounts of cash were missing. Later that same year, a youngster pricked their foot on a drug syringe in a park. DNA on that needle matched the earlier homicides. Based on those hits, analysts sketched a rudimentary offender profile, an Eastern European woman involved in thefts and robberies, likely funding a drug habit. From there, the DNA trail spiderwebbed across borders, burglary scenes and vehicle thefts in Germany, a violent robbery of Vietnamese gemstone traders in France in 2004, a 2007 break-in at an Austrian optician. Everywhere the same silent signature, no eyewitnesses, no camera sightings, just the identical DNA. Investigators dubbed the unseen culprit the woman without a face, and the press popularized another label, the Phantom of Heilbronn. Even as sources from Germany, France, and Austria converged, the DNA kept turning up. 7 more robberies in just 3 months, and even in the car of a woman who died under unusual circumstances at a swimming pool. Tally it all up and you had more than 40 property crimes and 6 homicides in 3 countries, all supposedly committed by one ghost-like offender who never left anything behind but her genetic calling card. Something didn't square. How could one person ping-pong across Europe, committing unrelated crimes, never being seen, never slipping up, yet deposit pristine genetic material at every stop? The answer arrived in March 2009 when a routine arrestee, who was unmistakably male, returned a perfect match to the phantom profile. That contradiction cracked the case. Investigators tested unused cotton swabs from the evidence kits themselves and found the same DNA. The contamination source was traced to a packaging facility where a female worker had inadvertently shed cells onto cotton swabs that were not certified for forensic collection. Agencies had unknowingly used those consumer-grade swabs at multiple scenes. The result? A decade-long phantom conjured entirely by contamination. The worker, of course, had nothing to do with any other crimes. The revelation was humiliating for the system and devastating for victims' families. Years of investigative horsepower diverted by a laboratory mirage, while the real offenders in those individual cases remained unidentified. October 9, 2017, 19-year-old Hollis Daniels is stopped over a reported stolen handgun. A quick street pat-down misses the weapon because his waistband sags and the gun rides down his pant leg with each sweep. He refuses a car search. With no probable cause for a warrant, he's released. Hours later, officers enter his dorm for a welfare check. Find drug paraphernalia in the bullet hole. Daniel returns, lies about his identity, is scuffed and transported. Dash audio notes a thump in the rear seat, assumed to be handcuffs, but consistent with a concealed pistol, shifting even lower. Inside the Texas Tech Police Department, standard practice bites back. In a small briefing room, calm detainee, cuffs removed, paperwork begins. For nearly 30 minutes, the camera watches micro movements. Daniels adjusting his pant cuff, repositioning, testing hand placement. He asks Officer Floyd East Jr. about family, then shoots him at close range. Campus locks down. Daniels is caught without further gunfire. In court, he explains the hide, gravity, and clothing slack defeated 2 pat-downs. The seated position made retrieval trivial. The aftermath is procedural, not theatrical. Revised handcuffing policy, stricter search doctrine, and no uncuffing in unsecured rooms. Daniels receives life without parole. Officer East's name moves into training slides and memorial rolls. An officer killed, not in a chase, but in a safe room where trust and routine gave a gun the only opening it needed. Early afternoon, September 10, 2025, under the Puente de la Concordia overpass, a road curve locals already regarded as touchy becomes catastrophic. A tractor tanker loaded with 49,000 liters of liquefied petroleum gas enters the bend at 44 kilometers per hour against a posted 40. The tilt becomes a roll, the shell slams down, shear forces compromise the fitting, and a white vapor cloud begins to billow and hug the pavement. Ignition is almost immediate, likely from hot surfaces or a spark from scraping metal, producing a massive fireball. Thermal radiation flashes paint and plastics, blast over pressure and debris rake passing vehicles and roadside stalls. Fire crews arrive deploying foam proportioning systems while medics triage on asphalt, improvising with blankets and available water to cool burns and free victims trapped by warped frames. Among the dead, bus operator Eric Vicente Acheo Romero, 33, credited by witnesses with forcing exits and pulling riders into the open before collapsing, and the tanker driver, Fernando Soto Munguia, 34, counted the collateral, at least 52 vehicles damaged. Nearby homes and shops heat scarred. Residents evacuated because the post-blast plume continued to pull in low areas. By the following day, fatalities reached 31, students, teachers, and very young ones among them, with the toll expected to rise due to critical burns and inhalation injuries. Prosecutors assemble a multidisciplinary team: chemistry, fire dynamics, transport safety. Findings: no roadway defect, no pre-existing mechanical failure, but clear human factors breakdown. Excess speed through a rollover-prone curve and fatigue. Tachograph and duty records show only a 6-minute pause in a 7-hour window, despite a regulation calling for a 30-minute rest after 5 hours. Historical telematics capture prior speeding, including 108 km per hour and an 80 km per hour hazmat corridor. Corporate context matters. The operator Silza Grupo Tomza subsidiary initially disclaims ownership despite registry links. Later, authorities confirmed the unit lacked valid insurance. Prior incidents involving the firm amplify criticism lax oversight in Mexico's LPG logistics. Government issues emergency directives, mandatory speed limiters on hazmat fleets, continuous GPS telematics, QR-coded permits tied to live compliance, and stepped-up periodic tank integrity inspections. Families receive initial 20,000 peso assistance and legal support, while Silza publicly pledges medical or legal coverage. seen by many as reputation control, not accountability. When the highway reopens, scorch marks and twisted guardrail remain visible reminders that small violations, 4 extra kilometers per hour and skipped rest, scale into mass casualty outcomes when the cargo is pressurized fuel. The legal case against a deceased driver ends on paper. Public pressure continues toward corporate and regulatory responsibility, so vapor cloud and a spark don't converge like this again. Nama Peak, Namafang Nashma, 5,588 meters, a popular entry-level technical line in the Ganga Range, tracks small teams during the May-November stable window. Mr. Hong, 31 from Shaoxin County, holds a climbing assistance certificate, not a full guide credential, and joins a group pushing through 5,300 to 5,500 meters near a crevice field and exposed snow slope. Witnesses say he temporarily unclicks from the fixed line, either to frame a photo or assist someone else's photo, turning redundancy into single-point failure. Without an ice axe planted for balance or self-arrest, a minor misplacement of a crampon point leads to a trip. Momentum builds on hard snow. He inverts and slides headfirst, an estimated 100 to 200 meters. Teammates shout, but slope angle and run out give no chance to intercept. Recovery teams later confirm a fatal fall. The body's flown down to Ganga Mountain Town for formalities. Early findings compound the human factor chain. The group reportedly lacked required climb permits, indicating gaps in planning or oversight. Unclipping in an exposed zone violates standard fall protection practice, and traversing without an axe ready to bite eliminates the only immediate braking option when sliding begins. Local officials state the obvious but vital: remaining attached to the line or executing proper action, hips down, self-arrest very likely prevents a fatal slide. The incident lights up Chinese social platforms and mountaineering forums, a familiar debate about risk inflation for images, normalization of quick unclip for the shot, and how intermediate climbers misread entry-level technical as forgiving. Experienced alpinists point to fundamentals: 3 points of contact, fixed line discipline and exposure, pre-briefed camera stops, and hard rules that photos never override protection. The lesson is unromantic and rigid. On steep snow at altitude, the distance between routine and rescue is measured in a single carabiner gate, and whether an axe is already in your hand when your feet betray you. June 1999, 32-year-old Angela Ford left home to collect her young one's report cards and never came back. A week later, she was found in a derelict building, brutally assaulted and strangled. She lingered in a coma until January 2001. No arrest, no closure. Over the next 2 decades, dozens of women, disproportionately black and living in under-resourced neighborhoods, were killed across Chicago, many by ligature or manual strangulation. Some dumped in alleys, empty lots, garbage bins, or abandoned structures. In 2018, journalist-analyst Thomas Hargrove, founder of the Murder Accountability Project, fed years of homicide data into a clustering algorithm he had used to successfully flag serial patterns before. The output for Chicago was stark. As many as 51 unsolved cases since 2001 showed striking commonalities: victim, sex, and race. Method, strangulation. Location types, clustered along specific corridors. A pattern that neat suggests one offender or a small set of offenders repeating a ritual. The press labeled the unseen predator the Chicago Strangler, and the label stuck. Critics argue the city's scale and context muddy the signal. In a metropolis of 2.6 million with persistent poverty, housing precarity, and street-level victimization, 3 such murders per year may not exceed grim expectations. Chicago Police Department leadership publicly rejects the serial killer hypothesis, citing DNA testing across numerous scenes that has not produced a common profile. In several cases, DNA points to different unconnected offenders. 2 dumpster cases from November 2007 show why the theory gained traction. 21-year-old Teresa Bunn and 52-year-old Hazel Lewis were both discovered in burning refuse containers days apart, both likely strangled before being set alight. Cases like those look and feel serial. Same method, same macabre staging, same vulnerable victim profile, yet the lab work has not collapsed them into one suspect. So where does the truth land? Likely somewhere between narrative and noise, Chicago almost certainly has had serial stranglers operating in overlapping windows rather than a single long-running strangler. Hargrove's algorithm did what math does best, find patterns humans might miss. The lab did what forensics does best, separate lookalikes from genuine links. The tragedy that binds the data is the one constant: women targeted on the city's margins, cases still waiting for names, arrests, and trials. Whether or not a headline-ready moniker exists, the imperative remains the same: clear the backlogs, keep testing, and match the right offender to each victim. August 28, 2017, Nathaniel Jewett, 16, enters the Clovis Carver Public Library with his father's guns and ammunition taken from an unlocked safe. He shoots, killing Christina Carter and Wanda Walters and wounding 4, including siblings Alexis and Noah Molina. The scene is small-town chaos. Reading tables overturned, patrons prone behind stacks, 911 callers describing multiple victims. Jewett surrenders quickly, hands up. Later statements outline months of deteriorating mental health, suicidal talk, violent ideation, and reported hallucinations. He admits he originally planned to attack his school, then chose the library where he had no personal grievance. Civil suits claim a chain of preventable failures: a home that left firearms accessible despite clear red flags, a psychologist allegedly aware of suicidal and violent risk who did not meaningfully intervene. Alexis, shot while shielding her younger brother, undergoes surgeries and long rehab. Noah, a young one, carries scars and trauma. Jewett pleads guilty to 30 counts, receives 2 life terms with parole possibility, plus 40 years. The legal record centers accountability, unsecured guns, missed duty to warn moments, and how no one acted can equal no one stopped this. For Clovis, a library, meant for quiet and learning, becomes a case study in how opportunity, not motive, often dictates an attacker's choice of location when barriers are absent and access is easy. Kimberly Nicole Perkins Clark, 27, mother of 4, lives under escalating control by Sam Clark Sr., 52. Patrol audio from October 2015 captures the dynamic. He calls about missing money, accuses drug use.
What's your emergency?
I need somebody to come to 8600 Chauvin Lane as soon as possible. She has money in her pocket, which she's not supposed to have. I got $500 missing out of my blood cabinet. Okay? And I want to find out what's going on. You're not leaving. You're not leaving. Kim, don't leave this house. Kim, don't leave this house because you know you're doing wrong.
Okay, what's your name, sir?
My name is Sam Clark, and she's walking out.
She, with visible neck marks, tells an officer privately that the previous night he pressed a loaded firearm to her head.
Drug testing, and I want to find out what the hell's going on. I want to find out where my money's going.
He grabbed me around my throat and choked me and twisted my leg to where it almost broke, I'm telling you.
Okay.
Wouldn't that happen last week?
No, tonight.
To find out where the $10 come from and the cigarettes. That's all I want to
he doesn't let me
stop
do anything.
now.
What's wrong? You don't let her have no money? She can't have no money?
Yeah, she can have money anytime she wants.
Then why are you worried about where her $10 come from? In her
Because I want to know. Because I got $500 missing out my house.
When asked about charges, she declines. Classic recantation risk, rooted in fear, dependence, and isolation.
My head the other night, I'm not gonna say nothing about that, but he put a loaded gun to my head and threatened to shoot me. And you know what? I wasn't scared. I was ready for it to happen.
Officers still arrest him, citing injuries consistent with strangulation.
Stop. Turn
For what?
around.
Watch out.
What you want to arrest me for?
Why are y'all arresting him?
Why are y'all arresting me?
Wait,
Do not do this.
why are y'all arresting him?
Domestic violence.
Domestic violence.
No.
It's pretty
No,
obvious
it
she was
a
grabbing
hickey.
around the throat.
Finger marks on
Yeah,
both
it
sides.
is a f***ing hickey. It's 2 of them. One in the back of her neck and one in the front of her neck.
Okay. What about the other day when you put a gun to her head?
I ain't put no f***ing gun on her head.
In court, she later retracts. Charges dropped to misdemeanor. He served 6 months. The cycle restarts. On March 28, 2016, on the Palmetto Spillway Bridge, St. Landry Parish, Sam shoots Kimberly twice to the back of the head, then throws her over the rail. Autopsy concludes gunshot trauma with drowning as a terminal mechanism. She was alive when she hit the water. He discards the weapon, initially denies involvement, and then confesses during interrogation. Chillingly, Kimberly had posted on Facebook the night before, "If I die, say Sam Jr." Arrest follows on March 29. Prosecutors charge second-degree murder. At trial, September 2018, Defense pivots to manslaughter via sudden passion, arguing provocation tied to her plan to leave. Louisiana's heat of passion statute can reduce culpability if the emotional disturbance is immediate and reasonable. The jury in court reject that framing given prior threats, strangulation evidence, and the execution-style shots followed by disposal. Sentence, 40 years, the maximum, upheld on appeal. Investigators and advocates call the outcome justice too late. The case distills recurring systemic gaps, initial undercharging due to recantation, insufficient protective strategies after the 2015 incident, and the lethal risk window surrounding separation. Practical takeaways for real-world responders and families. Document strangulation rigorously. Treat gun threats as red flag escalators, push for no-drop prosecution when evidence supports it, and prioritize safety planning that accounts for weapons access and isolation. Kimberly's 4 young ones lost their mother. The record shows multiple intervention opportunities that, if pursued to the fullest, might have prevented the bridge, the shots, and the water below. April 2018, former student Sky Bush parks a pink tape-scarred Nissan Xterra, carries a guitar case that hides a 1930 shotgun, plus a vest loaded with shells and a knife. He walks in looking like a musician, not a threat. In a boys' locker room, he gears up, then moves to a second-floor hallway. He fires once through a classroom door, striking 17-year-old Evan in the ankle and dropping him. A code red blasts across campus. Deputy Jim Long's body cam captures the smell of powder, the bleeding student, coaches applying pressure, and locked doors clicking shut. Bush, claiming no intent to kill, discards the shotgun and lies prone in a former teacher's room until he's cuffed. Later, he describes neglect, mental crisis, and easy private sale access to the antique gun. He says adrenaline, not hatred, drove him. Hearing Evan scream snapped him back. The system treats impact, not intent. He's sentenced to 30 years, 25 minimum. Lessons are prosaic, but real. Instrument cases are ideal concealment. An interior door is not cover, and one shot can traumatize an entire school. Prevention isn't security theater. It's seeing the disguise scary, hardening corridor doors, tightening visitor controls, and giving staff direct 911 access when cell service falters. 2:59 p.m. fluorescent lit routine, carts receipt, autopilot. Bianca Ellis enters in black, a kitchen knife down her leg line, pace unhurried. Cameras trace her tailing a mother pushing a cart with 3-year-old Jillian Wood buckled up front. Outside, as groceries transferred to a hatch, there's no warning, no words, no theft demand. Just sudden slashes into the young one's face and back and a defensive wound to the mother's shoulder as she clamps down and screams for help. The soundscape is panic and rushing feet. 911 call stack.
911, what is your emergency?
There's a child. He's bleeding all over the place. We're at North Olmsted John Eagle.
Body cams capture office counting in unison to lift Julian to a stretcher while his mother refuses treatment. Help my son.
And they collapsed over here, and the lady just continued to walk.
Dash cams show Alice walking, knife still in hand, not fleeing. She complies to commands, drops the blade as cuffed. Julian dies at the hospital. In months prior, Ellis ricocheted between state shelters and arrests, telling officers alarming things, including false homicide claims and once asking to be taken to prison because she had nowhere to go.
Can I go to prison, because I don't have nowhere to go.
Well, you haven't done anything to go to jail.
But I don't have any money to have a bed to go to sleep in. I'm not even from here. I'm from Ohio.
Red flags that never resulted in sustained treatment or close supervision. Charges now include aggravated murder, attempted murder, and more. Competency vacillates with medication. The courtroom will litigate sanity and intent. Video already fixes sequence and proximity. Public safety questions land harder. What's the intervention pathway for a clearly unstable adult when no immediate charge exists? What duty do shelters, hospitals, and police share to knit short contacts into actual care? The parking lot offers no theories, only minutes of preventable reality. Jana Kusanova, 48, trained aviation engineer working as a supermarket cashier, leaves home in Kazan for a routine morning shift in early November 2024 near an industrial tract, vacant lots, unsecured perimeters. She's encircled by a pack of stray dogs. She manages to call emergency services. Audio reportedly captures panic barking and a dispatcher mishearing Sobaki or attack as a sign of fire. The call drops. Response routes incorrectly. By evening, police locate her body on wasteland. Extensive bite trauma, one leg severed, significant scalp avulsion. Even her boot carries tooth impressions. Captured animals are later euthanized. City leaders issue condolences and ask for calm. A formal investigation opens, but as of October 2025, there are no publicized advances beyond the immediate animal control actions. The event spotlights the structural problem. Russian cities, including Kazan, population 1.3 m, struggle with unmanaged stray populations at the edges of industry zones and defunct shelters. Operational failures layer on top, unclear mapping for dispatch categories, poor audio triage under stress, and slow cross handoff between police and animal control. The counterfactual is narrow but real. A properly understood call, immediate dual dispatch, police plus veterinary or animal control, and a faster cordon could alter survivability. For Janice's family, those debates don't change the outcome. An ordinary walk to work intersected a municipal systems gap, and a mother of a 15-year-old youngster did not make it home. Cathedral High carries a secret literally set in stone. Its foundation sits atop a former cemetery, and fragments of reclaimed headstones are embedded through the building like grim ornaments. Late on a Friday, a janitor clocked in expecting mops in quiet corridors. Nothing more. Instead, he started filming because something felt wrong.
All right, I usually don't record while I'm on the job, but this is freaking me out. It's sort of unreal. Here at work, I'm here in the janitor's closet. Yeah, let me just show you guys. All right. Just to, I don't know, let you guys know this school was built on the cemetery. I don't know if that helps my situation or not, but previous janitors that have worked here have tried to tell everyone that, you know, every night something happens, some spooky, I don't know, paranormal or whatever you want to call it, but yeah, I didn't really believe them until tonight. I was in here cleaning up after some students had thrown a party, but what's been freaking me out is this one right here. No matter where I'm at in the classroom or what I decide to do, it just follows me. And do your thing, you stupid balloon. I got you on camera now, so let's just, see? That right there. Just ooh, okay. See, no. It just follows me no matter what. Ooh. No, I can't.
In this clip, a single helium balloon refuses to behave like a bit of party trash. It tracks him. He moves, so does the balloon, pivoting, drifting, and choosing the same path he takes out of a classroom and into the hall. He tries to taunt it into stopping. It doesn't. Then a sharper jolt. At the far end, beyond a painted glass, a shadow blinks across the sightline, fast, deliberate, and gone. He's heard the lore from older custodians. Objects repositioned between rounds, whispers threading through empty stairwells, fleeting silhouettes crossing doorways after midnight. Determined not to gaslight himself, he walked straight to security and replaced the footage. The guard, someone used to dark wings and echoing hallways, goes quiet.
You see how
it's falling out the classroom too?
Look at the back though. Look at the class with the light.
What the
I'm not crazy. You saw that, right?
Nah, bro. Nah, man.
How long you been working security here, man? How long you been working security?
I've been here a few months, but bro, I ain't never seen nothing like that.
They freeze the frame with the balloon breaking, then roll to the moment a dark shape knifes past in the background. The guard has months on the job and no ready explanation. If the stone fragments in the walls are markers from beneath, maybe the school's night crew is busier than anyone wants to admit. Coincidence? String? Drafts? Or a building that still belongs to those interred below? Multiple lenses record the same sequence from different sides of the crowd. Dylan Simmons, 20, exchanges taunts with Devin Bailey amid a long, simmering dispute. Weapons surface, hammers, a bat, a folding knife. As momentum fades and people peel back toward cars, Simmons' white Mazda jerks forward, sideswipes through feet and shins, slams another vehicle, then pauses, a reset that matters legally, and accelerates again. This pass strikes 17-year-old Darisha Bailey, throwing her down. Both axles roll over her before the Mazda flees. Within minutes, sirens, CPR, and body cam footage of frantic compressions. The medical examiner calls it homicide, polytrauma consistent with run over. A phone call convinces Simmons to return. He admits he hit someone but denies intent. Prosecutors charge second-degree murder plus assaults. At trial, defense frames panic under threat, citing bats hitting metal. Jurors watch and rewatch the stop and go, impact, reverse, purposeful realign, then convict on second-degree murder without intent, vehicular homicide, and 3 assaults. The acquittal on with intent reflects doubt about premeditation, not about responsibility. Sentencing can reach 40 years. The families clash in and out of court. The community now has permanent footage of exactly what separated a fight from a killing, a pause, a gear change, and a decision to drive into people. 2 urban explorers from the channel into the void head into the storm drains near Fountain Creek, miles the concrete arteries where sound travels forever. It's routine at first. Drips, distant traffic, and reverb-heavy chatter. Then an unnatural scream knifes the tunnel, part human wail, part something else. With the serrated edge of a mountain lion's call, they pivot to retreat, and that's when a pale figure resolves in their light cone. It's humanoid but wrong. Elongated planes, washed out skin with a face that reads like a warped horse. Familiar features bend into something that doesn't map cleanly to human. They do the smartest possible thing, run. Adrenaline makes the passage seem endless. Later, after posting to Reddit and drowning in theories, the filmer can't let it go. He returns alone at night. Only a camera, a headlamp, and a bad idea.
I'm really not looking forward to this. I don't know what that was. I need to take a breather. What the Nope. I'm dipping out. This shit. I don't know what that is. Oh fuck.
In the new footage, small noises accumulate. Pebble, skitter, a breath that isn't his, a splash without a source. Until a shape sloughs into view beyond the fall off of his beam. The shot shakes, the voice cracks, and he aborts. Nope, I'm done. Could it be a person living rough, deliberately unsettling trespassers? A big cat's eyes shine, misread as a face, or a genuine unknown skulking in service tunnels beneath a city. November 18, 2021, outside a chicken shop, groups of youth scrap. Bystanders film, traffic edges past. Marquez Walker, 16, produces a zombie-style knife, oversized, serrated, intimidation steel, and closes on Jermaine Cools, 14. CCTV shows Jermaine stumble on the ground. He tries to roll away as Walker drives the blade in again and again. 7 wounds follow. One pierces a lung. A passerby throws him into a car and speeds for Croydon University Hospital. He dies within the hour. Walker, already twice caught with large knives earlier that year, vanishes for 6 weeks until found under a bed during an unrelated arrest. On remand, staff sees notebook lyrics that brag about leaving Mandem bleeding, and he later joins the jailhouse group assault that leaves another detainee with brain injuries. In 2023, he's sentenced to life with a 19-year minimum. The case becomes a billboard for the UK's knife crisis. Bans on zombie knives don't stop online sales and street circulation. Habitual carriers treat blades as fashion and leverage. Prevention talk turns operational. Targeted stop search in hotspots. Prosecution consistency for possession, and upstream work with a very small cohort who carry daily. For Jermaine's family, policy is abstract. Their young one is gone, a teenager reduced to a memorial mosaic, and a cautionary tale about performance weapons in real fights. In Chapel Hill, North Carolina, a quiet home security video turned into a fiery cautionary tale, and it all started with a dog named Colton. At first, the clip looks harmless. Colton is standing on his hind legs near the kitchen counter, tail wagging, eyes locked on something shiny, but it isn't a trait. It's a lithium-ion battery, the kind used in power packs and cordless tools. Curiosity gets the better of him. He snatches it, trots away proudly, and begins to chew. Then it happens. A faint spark, followed by a sudden burst of orange flame. The sound of crackling fills the room as smoke rushes across the floor.
He was clearly surprised. He knew for sure that he had finally gotten into something that he shouldn't have.
Colton drops the battery, startled, his tail between his legs, and sprints out of frame. Upstairs, the family cat bolts for safety as smoke detectors begin to wail. The scene looks straight out of a horror movie, a fire ignited not by carelessness, but by canine curiosity. According to Chapel Hill fire officials, the family had charged the power pack earlier that day and left it unplugged on the counter. While they were away, Colton had gone counter surfing, grabbed the device, and unknowingly sank its teeth into something that could have burned the entire house down. Fire Chief David Sasser, who also happens to be Colton's owner, admitted that the four-legged culprit finally got into something he shouldn't have. Miraculously, Colton escaped without injury, though the counter didn't fare as well. A TikTok user, Who0, moves into a fresh apartment hoping to reset his life. Instead, the home picks at his nerves. Knocks roll down the hallway. Doors that were still yaw open. Objects slide in small, deliberate ways. One night, a violent pounding jerks him awake. He films as he approaches the door. No one there.
Hej, tak chyba od pół godziny cały czas mi coś nawala w drzwi.
Bedroom door slams shut behind him. A chair buried deep in the room skates into view like it's been pulled by an invisible cord. On another night, the barrage escalates. A bottle pops in the corridor. Lights strobe. The bathroom tap runs full bore by itself. The hallway light dies, and the bathroom door creaks open with theatrical patience.
Hej, ogólnie to od jakiegoś czasu cały czas coś, właśnie takie dziwne hałasy. Ja pierdolę, co to? Jak?
He tries to ignore it, locks his bedroom, and cues a movie. The knob twists on its own. He keeps still. The knocking returns harder, now closer to a battering than a knock. Finally, he charges out, only to meet a blast of activity.
What the f? Whoa!
Doors resist, something scrapes, the bedroom slams shut from the other side, and his recording cuts mid-panic. After posting, his entire account disappears. Rumors say he moved. Others say he feared dragging whatever this is to a new place via attention. Hoaxes are haunting. The behavior pattern is classic poltergeist. Kinetic focus on doors, chairs, taps, and timed power flickers. Events clustered when the target refuses to engage. It's a warm afternoon in Germany, the kind of day made for relaxing outside, not for what this man is doing. The camera captures him standing atop a tiled roof, hammer in hand, tearing it apart piece by piece. The clatter of broken shingles echoes down the street as neighbors stare in disbelief. No construction tape, no safety gear, just chaos. From the look of it, this isn't renovation, it's outright destruction of private property. Onlookers speculate whether it's his home or someone else's, but the reckless enthusiasm suggests no real plan. A passerby mutters about youngsters and their crazy ideas as debris rains down like hail.
So, willkommen in Bochum. Irgendein Irrer auf dem Dach, der die Dachpfanne schmeißt. Jetzt zur anderen Seite runter. Jetzt da nochmal. Ja. Alter. Das ist schade. Junge. Okay, das Video.
Each blow sends fragments flying into the air, a bizarre mix of confidence and carelessness. It's unclear if frustration, alcohol, or some deeper motive drove him up there, but one thing is obvious: that roof never stood a chance. A fixed CCTV camera in northern China captures a mother supervising her youngster tooling around on a tiny balance bike near the family's front entry. In a blink, the youngster wobbles and bumps a slender support post. It looks harmless, just a clumsy tap, until the pole cants at a crooked angle. The mother's reaction is immediate and stern. She scolds and orders the youngster inside. That split-second parental decision becomes the difference between a scare and a catastrophe. Seconds after they step through the doorway, the awning or roof assembly that the post was silently bracing gives up all integrity. The entire overhang shears downward in a rattle of masonry, sheet metal and dust smashing the exact spot where they had been standing. The camera doesn't need slow motion to make the stakes clear. If they'd hesitated, both would likely have been crushed under the cascaded debris. The pole the youngster nudged wasn't ornamental. It was load-bearing, a shaky prop that had been masking a structural problem. The clip is a stark lesson in two truths. Seemingly minor impacts can reveal hidden failures. An apparent snap judgment, get inside now, can be life-saving when the environment is more fragile than it looks. A Vietnamese poster records sleep for peace of mind. Twice he wakes around 3 a.m. with a heavy, specific sense of being watched. No sound, just a body-level alarm. The first time, nothing shows on review. The second time, he snaps a still of the room. At normal brightness, it's unremarkable. Increased exposure and a humanoid mass materializes under the table. Dark, rounded head, a suggestion of shoulders, an outline that eats light instead of reflecting it. The creepy part isn't just his shape, it's that his body flagged danger before his conscious mind caught it. Whether you chalk it up to pareidolia or a real presence, that intuition first timeline fits what we know about the brain's threat circuits. They fire before the cortex names what's wrong. In the early morning hours of April 20th, 2023, officers responded to a crash that appeared at first glance to be a simple traffic accident, but what followed quickly spiraled into intense and chaotic DUI arrest. A sedan had collided with another vehicle, shoving it forward into a stopped bus. The scene was messy. Airbags deployed, bumpers scattered across the road, and one confused driver, Erica, the woman behind the wheel of the car that caused it all.
Where are you coming from? Lawrenceburg. Literally, like, right there.
When officers arrived, Erica sat behind the wheel, phone in hand, refusing to step out. She claimed she was calling her boss. Though her words were slurred, her eyes glassy and her movement slow. Witnesses told police the bus had been nearly stopped when her car came barreling forward, maybe 25 miles an hour, one said, leaving no time for anyone to react.
Do you have your driver's license? Look, ma'am, do you speak English?
No.
Hey, do any of you guys speak Spanish? Do they speak Spanish? I'm guessing, ask them if the bus was stopped and they were stopped behind it.
You guys speak Spanish or Portuguese?
Portuguese. Portuguese and
But you can
Spanish.
speak Spanish, okay.
So ask them what happened. Was the bus stopped?
Nosotros estábamos atrás de este, claro, y ella nos pegó.
So she hit rear end them and they pushed her them into them.
Was the bus stopped?
Was the bus stopped?
Or was the bus moving?
Lento.
Okay, he was going slow, so maybe he had just pulled off.
So the bus was slow. How
Yes.
fast were they going?
How fast were you? ¿A qué estaba manejando? Sí, pero ¿a cuánto? 45, 40,
menos.
30? Menos, like 25.
Hello. Ma'am.
Hi. I'm Officer Mendez. How you doing?
Sure, provide your license. Should yet?
You should give you a license. You're fine? Alright, can you tell me what happened? You collided? How? What happened?
Ma'am, we're over here.
I'm not talking.
No worries. Talk to me. Alright?
No, I'm really not.
That's fine. She stepped away. What's your name again?
Eventually, officers instructed her to step out of the car. She refused. They warned her again several times, but she stayed put, clutching the steering wheel, muttering about calling someone. The calm, polite commands soon became more urgent. When they tried to help her out, she resisted, pulling away and shouting for her boyfriend.
No.
We're done with the traffic crash?
No.
I'm conducting a DUI investigation.
That's fine. That's fine.
Can you cooperate with my investigation?
No, I'm not getting out of the car.
Go ahead and step out of the car for me, okay?
No.
Alright, I'm gonna pull you out of the car if you don't step out of the car. Understand?
Should I video this?
I'm videoing, okay? Go ahead and step out of the car.
Ma'am, come out of the car.
Don't.
The vehicle has to get towed.
Don't tense.
Ma'am, your airbags went off. The vehicle has to be towed. Come out of the car.
You have to come out of the car, okay?
Step out of the car.
Just step out. I'm just trying to help you because I don't want you to reach over and grab something.
Please do not.
I'm gonna let go of you, but you're gonna come out. Is that good?
Okay.
Alright. Come on.
Ma'am, don't start reaching in your car.
Let's go. Let's go. Or I'm gonna pull you out. We're out of options now.
Ma'am, step out of the vehicle like you were earlier.
Come on.
What?
Get out of the vehicle like you were earlier.
Listen.
Step out of the car.
Listen. Stop. 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 No, officer.
Hey, nope. Miranda.
Stop.
Stop. Relax.
No.
You were calm before. Relax. I spoke to you earlier. You were very calm.
Yeah,
Let's get back to that. Let's get back to that how we were before. I don't know why you're getting all hyper and some of that. All right.
Can we pick it back up, please? Nice and calm, right?
The situation escalated when officers began reading her Miranda rights, something meant to protect her, but she interrupted over and over, saying, "I don't agree with that, and I don't understand," over and over again.
All right. I'm required to warn you before you make any statements. Listen to me. Can you pay attention? Give me a second. Ma'am, before you make any statements, you have the following constitutional rights.
I know I have the right.
All right, I just gotta explain it to you, okay? And
I know.
Ma'am, just listen to him.
No, I want to.
Okay.
I want.
Just listen to what he has to say.
This is only to protect you. You have the right to remain silent and not answer any questions. You understand? You understand?
Hey, go on the path inside, make sure she's not reaching for nothing.
You have the right to remain silent and not answer any questions. You understand that?
No.
What don't you understand about it?
I would like to reach my friend.
We have to get through this, okay?
Okay, I know.
Okay.
That you're
relax.
good.
Let's relax.
No,
We're just talking. We're just talking right now.
No, we're not talking.
We are talking. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. But I need to read this to you so you're protected.
Listen.
You understand that?
And I know what I'm protecting.
Without me reading your rights, you don't have these constitutional. I need to know that you understand you have these constitutional rights, okay?
Well, I know that I have these constitutional rights.
Look, you have the right to remain silent and not answer any questions. You understand
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
When asked if she'd been drinking, she first avoided the question. She denied consuming alcohol, denied medical issues, denied everything. But when officers requested a field sobriety test, she refused that too.
Why would you go to jail?
I'm not trying.
What is it? Did you have any drinks today? Did you have anything to drink today? Before you drove?
What do you want from me?
Did you have any drinks today?
No.
Okay.
What do you want? What else do you want?
Have any medical conditions that you suffer from?
No.
Alright. Did you hit your head at all today?
No.
Okay. Would there be a reason why you hit the car in front of you?
No.
Do you want to conduct some field sobriety exercises for me so that I can determine whether you are under the influence of
No, sir.
You don't want to do them?
No.
Alright. If you don't do them, then I have to end my investigation based on the information that I have right now. With that in mind, would you want to do the field sobriety exercises?
At that point, the decision was made. Erica was placed under arrest for DUI.
For suspicion of driving under the influence.
Stop!
Okay?
Stop!
Come out of the car.
Listen, you're
Come out of the car now.
Come out.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
Alright.
What is wrong with you people? Stop! Stop!
As they pulled her from the car, she fought back, twisting, shouting, and refusing to comply. Officers tried to keep her calm, but their patience wore thin.
Stop!
Relax, relax. Under arrest for suspicion of driving under the influence.
Okay, that's fine.
The charges didn't end with DUI. During the arrest, she allegedly struck an officer, earning an additional battery and law enforcement charge. Erica spent the night in custody. In court the next morning, a judge found probable cause to move forward. She was declared indigent, assigned a public defender, and released later that day after posting a $1,000 bond with a no alcohol condition attached. But within weeks, the case began to unravel. On May 4th, 2023, prosecutors quietly dropped the felony battery charge and reduced the DUI to a misdemeanor, transferring it to county court. By August, the $1,000 cash bond was refunded, effectively closing the case. What began as a routine accident ended as another example of how quickly a roadside investigation can spiral, where confusion, defiance, and intoxication can turn a traffic stop into a full-blown confrontation. Taylor Watson never bought his girlfriend's haunted house claims. She lives alone, old homes creak, upstairs footfalls are probably heat shifts. One night she's at work and he's alone in the living room, filming more to tease than to prove. As he talks, heavy quick steps hit the staircase. Distinct cadence, rapid descent, then halt just out of sight.
Camera is smashed, but I'm here at my girlfriend's house by myself. She always says it's haunted because it sounds like somebody is walking around upstairs. I've never heard it until now. I always say it's not haunted because the house is a little old. But it legit sounds like there's somebody upstairs. I will swing on a ghost, or if it's a person, I don't care. Who's up there? It's the top of the stairs. Come down these stairs and I will swing on you, I promise.
He postures. Come down and I'll swing. More bravado than planned. Nothing physical appears. He throws a punch at air because the sound is that undeniable. In an instant, the skepticism drains out. He's had the same unmoored sensation she described. He didn't see a figure, but he heard a body commit its weight to treads in a house with no one home. After that, boards and ducks aren't enough of an explanation. A bystander's phone video shows a man doing the unthinkable. He creeps up on a wild bear, then delivers a kick to its hindquarters as if it's a prank. For a breath, the animal freezes, ears pivot, body tenses, processing the contact. Then raw power takes over. The bear wheels with explosive acceleration and charges. The filmer stumbles while tracking. We glimpse the man going down in brush as the bear closes. Later captions claim he was mauled but lived, though the upload's existence is the only real hint to survival. What's clear is the chain of cause and effect: provocation, confusion, predatory or defensive response. Bears can cover ground at sprint speeds a human cannot match. They also shift from curious to lethal in seconds. Even if the animal wasn't seeking a fight, a sudden strike at close range triggers a protective reaction. The clip functions as a field manual in what not to do around large wildlife. No approach, no surprise contact, no theatrics. The silence after the rush is almost worse than screams. You're left with a shaken camera, thrashed undergrowth, and the knowledge that instinct is faster than bravado. The channel Creepy Outdoors treats remote camping like church, quiet, patient, respectful. Alone in deep timber, he kills his flashlight after detecting movement, trying to become invisible the way every seasoned camper does.
Oh, hi. What the hell? I need to get out of here. Oh boy. Oh. Okay. That was f***ing creepy. I need to get out of here. Oh, f***. Oh, hi.
From the dark, a high, bright voice cuts the trees with two words: I see you. Not a shout from a buddy or a hiker scoff. It sounds close, oddly placed and wrong for the hour and location. He retreats to camp, heart hammering. Was it a prank from another campsite? A human predator testing reactions? Something less human mimicking speech? In the backcountry, ambiguity is the scariest predator of all. You can't profile what you can't resolve, and you don't get a second shot at a bad first guess. Matthew Muragi, MDY, has been posting disturbances for years. Doors nudged, objects relocating, dogs tracking something in empty hallways. With his parents away, he films a quiet evening turning loud.
What's going on?
Thuds above a ceiling joist line, then a metallic clink, then a disembodied voice-like burst from nowhere. He hustles room to room, nothing and no one visible, but sounds stacked like someone is pacing just one wall away, if it's staged.
What the f*** is that? What the f*** was that?
It's meticulous. Sound placement that dodges obvious source reveals. Reaction beats that aren't theatrical. If it isn't, the pattern echoes what drives long-haul cases. Periodic spikes that keep a household sleep-deprived and primed to notice the next hit. A woman, likely an agent, records a walkthrough of a 1963 single-story bungalow, narrating era details and upgrades. When the interior rhythm breaks, a door swings wide with no one in frame. She steadies, announces she's filming, and challenges whatever moved it to do it again.
Go ahead, do it again. You're on camera. Open this door. Go ahead, open this door. Open this door like you did the other one. Come on, just move a glass or something. Go ahead, do it again. I'm not scared.
She roams, calls out rooms by functions, and dares any presence to shift a glass or repeat the action. As she reaches the hall, a smoke alarm shrieks. When she looks up, the device drops from its mount and dangles before clattering to the floor. Her tone pivots from assertive to rattle. No obvious air currents, no visible pulse, and her hands are accounted for on camera. The video offers no location, date, or identity, which keeps authenticity unresolved. Draft from pressure change? A poorly seated alarm base? Someone off camera? What you can say, the sequence is internally consistent. First, an unexplained door movement, then an independent alarm failure, producing a compounding effect that pushes her out of the house. Whether staged or not, it's a tight demonstration of how small anomalies escalate into decisive exits during solitary showings. A TikTok user, BB150, films set up friend's house and wakes to weird audio. Scratches, knocks, movement you feel in your ribs. He shakes his friend awake. Both listen as noises crawl across drywall.
Get up. Get up. Get up. You're here. Listen. Touch that door. That Ouija board. I'm getting out of this room. I can't sleep in here. This shit.
Certain the closet's guilty, he opens it to nothing. Empty shelf, settled hangers. He prowls instead of freezing. Easing open another interior door, his camera catches a figure hanging in the dark, an outline only obvious when you punch the brightness.
I think this might be the last time.
He slams, walks in, the clip ends. If it's a setup, it's a good one because the scare lands late, after the brain convinces itself there's nothing to see. If not, a simple sleepover just taught two people why centuries of folklore warn against curious doors in unfamiliar houses. Pasadena, California, November 17, 2012. A ramp area camera shows one police helicopter shut down on the pad while a second airframe approaches to set down nearby. The descending ship touches skids but doesn't hold. It begins a slow lateral drift, ground effect plus control input just off, toward the parked aircraft. In seconds, the rotor disc arcs into the tail boom, or rotor plane of the static helicopter. Composite shards and metal eject like shrapnel. A ground crewman in the overlap zone is flung by the initial fuselage bump, and that few feet of displacement likely saves him from the higher energy debris cone that follows. He later recalls a bang that slammed to pavement, then an instinctive sprint. Both helicopters are Pasadena Police Department assets. The incident is a textbook ground handling rotor to structure collision. The frightening part isn't only the airframe's tearing, it's how little time exists to correct a light drift. Once rotor overlap geometry becomes unavoidable, the clip is an argument for stricter separation, more assertive wave-off calls, and absolute vigilance around spinning discs. Tiny errors on the ground can be as dangerous as mid-air misjudgments. After a Halloween event inside an abandoned prison, Candace Gardner comes home with the sensation that something came with her. Lights trip at hours no timer would choose, doors bang with no draft, objects leave shelves as if thrown, then the physicality escalates. She wakes to hands that aren't there, tugging, pressing, restraining. One night, a CCTV camera captures her and her husband asleep. Her leg rises against gravity, foot twisting toward the ceiling. She wakes screaming, "Get him off me," and he scrambles to pull her down like he's wrestling an unseen grip. You can argue wires, clever staging, or sleep paralysis, but the raw panic in her voice and the mechanical pull on the limb make Bad Dream feel too small. She says the disturbances have never fully stopped since the prison. House sitting, Megan Jamarco cues a movie to kill time and starts hearing a man's voice that doesn't belong to the script. "Anyway, I can make you more comfortable." She rewinds, nothing in the dialogue matches. In the reflection on the screen around the 14-second mark, a shadow seems to glide across behind her. No body to attach it to when she pans the room. Was it a neighbor's voice carrying through a vent right as a reflection crossed? A smart speaker glitch? Or something intrusive and sentient, enough to offer comfort while revealing itself only in glass? A woman driving home late through an unlit wooden stretch decides to pull over after hearing a low, throaty call she can't place. She records with a window crack. The mic catches a drawn-out, rasping screech that spikes, pauses, and returns closer. Panic bubbles into profanity as she realizes the calls are directional, tracking her lane.
Dude. Oh my god, no. Fuck that.
People leap to paranormal, but the audio profile fits a big cat vocalization, mountain lion, or bobcat, especially that caterwaul meets scream timbre predators use to communicate or warn. The risk isn't mystic, it's environmental. Isolated roadway, limited sightlines, and an apex hunter that can ghost along tree lines. Her best moves are exactly what she does next. Windows up, lights on, vehicle in gear. The scariest element is understanding she wasn't simply hearing the woods. Something was pacing her path. For anyone traveling rural corridors, this is a reminder. Unusual, human-like screams at night often aren't human, and stopping to investigate on foot is the wrong play. After complaints about banging from a rented storage bay, a collector rigs an interior camera. Overnight, an antique monkey doll, recent purchase, stiff joints, sits up like a marionette finding its strings, holds, then collapses limp. No insects, no obvious wire, no AC blast visible in dust. Yes, strings and magnets can fool the eye. Yes, old toys can settle strangely, but the sequence reads like deliberation, not settling. If the noises that trigger the camera placement tied to that object, the simplest fix is removal. The harder question is whether the behavior follows the doll to its next address. Inside the Warrens' occult museum, handlers prepare to relocate the original Raggedy Ann doll, popularly labeled Annabelle. Procedures are ritualized. Open case swiftly, lift with minimal linger, move to a secondary enclosure, then immediately seal. A prayer follows, sign of the cross, Hail Mary, while another staffer wipes his hands as if to shed contact.
Hang in quick. Grab it and put it in. And just close it up fast. Close it up good. That's good, Dan. That's good. That's all right. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Dan? Let me see your hands again. Okay. And now she's transferred. One more time. Okay. Now she's transferred over. And we're going to keep her in there temporarily.
The narration recounts the origin story. A student nurse received a doll in 1971. A medium claimed the deceased young girl's spirit had attached. Activity escalated from odd to hostile. The Warrens intervened and contained it. Skeptics argue the case is folklore, reinforced by media retellings. Believers point to the museum's protocols as evidence that something dangerous persists. The video itself isn't dramatic. No movement from the doll, no door slamming, but the caution exhibited is the point. Controlled transfer, immediate containment, and protective prayers are treated as non-negotiable steps. Whether you see practice theater or risk management in the face of the unknown, the clip shows a team acting as if intent and handling matter. Explorer K Chicken Ball Channel documents a preserved rolling stock at a near ghost town in Ubari. Mine disaster in 1985, 62 dead, formal exhibits today. After dark, he moves through a coach with only a light and a lens. Unseen noises, patter and tick, a kind of footfall that rides the metal frame.
でこれ駅ですね。当時のこれが駅でホームだったんですね。あ、開いてる。本当に開いてますね。あ、古い車両となってますが、これ扉閉めますね。何この音。え？歩く音？
He bails, convinced there's nothing to show.
戻って定点カメラだけ一応ね検証という形でやってみようと思います。じゃあ定点カメラの方で検証しますが、まあそういうスポットではないということで何かが映るようなものはないのではないかと思います。なんか音するな。いや、定点をセットしたいと思います。
Viewers later freeze a frame, a seated figure on the right, head, torso, where minutes later the seat is empty. And earlier entries show no one aboard. If it's pareidolia, from upholstery and shadow, it's an unusually clean face-like arrangement. If not, the coach may be more than a display. It may be a waiting room for those who never made their final stop. Hsinchu, Taiwan, August 30, 2020, International Kite Festival. A massive banner kite spooled skyward in gusty coastal wind, tail streaming like a windsock. Shouts ripple. A 3-year-old is tangled in the tail ribbons and lifts with the fabric, an involuntary, terrifying ascent. For roughly half a minute, the youngster whips in elliptical arcs, the tail snapping with each wind pulse while ground crews sprint to depower the kite. Organizers torque the line, angle the kite low, and the crowd surges to a catch point. Several hands finally pull the youngster free at head height. Hospital checks later note only minor abrasions, a miracle given the height and speed. Safety takeaways. Tail streamers can entangle small bodies in seconds. Anchor teams must have immediate line dump knife readiness, and event perimeters need physical buffers to keep spectators, especially youngsters, clear during launch phases. The relief in the aftermath barely masks how close this came to fatal. Allie and a friend are stuck in the Appalachians, car dead night deep. They keep spirits up with music and chatter, then step out for air. A male voice barks hey from the tree line, close enough to feel, far enough to hide.
What are we gonna do?
What now? I guess we'll have to walk to the store.
Hey.
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 What do we do?
What's that?
I don't know. Did you hear that?
Yeah, we better get back in the car.
Yeah, we better.
Oh no, it's locked.
Why is the car locked?
This is scary. Oh my god. Okay.
Did it lock?
No.
What's the deal with this car? I don't understand.
You'll have to unlock it for me. Something weird has happened with this car. What's going on?
They circle the locked car as the alarm screams at the worst possible moment. Back inside at last, fresh knocks rap on metal. No figure in the mirrors, no footsteps on gravel.
Something weird has happened with this car. What's going on? Let's see if it starts. started.
Waiting for connection. Bluetooth connection success.
What was that? Ashley, I do not like this. Oh my god. Let's get out of here. Go. Does it run? Is it working? Yes, it is. It's working. Thank God.
The engine finally catches and they go. Allie shares 2 Appalachian rules of thumb. Don't answer when something calls your name from the dark. And if you sense you're being hunted, don't run blind. Whether it was a prankster, a predator, or something that likes to borrow human voices in those mountains, it's a reminder isolation is a force multiplier. January 17, 2023, a CCTV at a shipyard along Thailand's Mekong River watches workers aboard the oil tanker Smooth C-22. Welding activity flickers on deck, then a sudden concussive blast rips the midsection. The fireball is compact but violent, consistent with vapor ignition in lines or confined spaces. Dozens were on duty. 7 workers from Myanmar lost their lives. Others were injured but stabilized at local hospitals. Later notes say crews were welding oil-carrying piping, exactly where residue, trapped vapors, or inadequate purging can combine into an explosion hazard. The clip underscores the unforgiving nature of hydrocarbon work. Hot work permits, gas testing, inerting, isolation of lines, and continuous monitoring are not paperwork, they're survival. Seconds before, it looks like routine maintenance. Seconds after, metal rains into the river and a workday becomes a mass casualty scene. Late March 2022, Schuylkill County, PA. A trucker's dash cam shows pure whiteout on Interstate 81. Visibility may be 15 feet, yet highway speeds continue. Abruptly, wreckage materializes. A chain reaction pileup spans lanes. The driver can't stop. Instead, he yanks left to avoid a pedestrian, sprinting from between disabled cars, missing the man by a stride before plowing into the barrier. The aftermath was grim. At least 3 fatalities. 24 transported, as many as 60 vehicles dangled. The clip should be mandatory winter training. If you can see, you can drive as normal. Speed plus invisibility turns every crest into roulette. The one grace note is that wheel flick left, an instinctive move that likely saved the runner's life. Miami PD release on Maryland Avenue. Bystanders captured 2 women locked in a volatile dispute inside a Tesla stopped at a curb. Good Samaritans approached, trying to de-escalate. In a heartbeat, the driver stabs the accelerator. The EV leaps forward, ricochets into a string of parked vehicles, and comes to rest in a crumpled line of sheet metal. Witnesses yank the doors, pull both occupants out, astonishingly uninjured. Officers arrive and detain those involved. It's not road rage in the classic sense. This is conflict plus a 2-ton device used impulsively, with third parties yards away. The sequence is a brutal case study in why situational calm matters around vehicles. Airbags and crumple zones did their job, but it's blind luck no pedestrian was in that vector. A worker carefully climbs to the top of a massive oil tanker truck, likely to inspect or maintain one of its access hatches. The metal surface, slick with residue and dust, offers little traction. As he moves across the curved top, his footing suddenly slips with no guardrails or harness securing him. Gravity takes over. He slides sideways, arms flailing for balance before plunging off the edge and striking the ground below. Falls like this remains one of the leading causes of industrial injury and death worldwide, especially when basic safety protocols such as fall arrest lines, non-slip shoes, or access ladders are ignored. This brief moment shows how a single misstep at height can instantly turn routine maintenance into a life-threatening event. Midtown Manhattan, June 18, 2024, outside the Consulate General of Haiti. A 33-year-old Florida man identified as Jean Olivier allegedly complains inside the building about housing, then ends up at a high window pitching furniture and plank-like objects onto Fifth Avenue below.
Get underneath here.
One long piece spears the traffic lane as a motorist threads through and narrowly misses impact. Crowds yell and get down while street officers move to contain the area. Charges that follow: burglary, reckless endangerment, criminal mischief, and trespass. The danger isn't abstract. Objects dropped from height gain lethal velocity quickly. In the sidewalk or roadway, here are dense with foot and vehicle traffic. The video captures the surreal overlap of urban routine and random elevated hazard. Central Russia, recent month, a car burns in lane. Bystanders rush with extinguishers. One man yanks a unit from a trunk, hustles towards the flames, and drops it. The cylinder strikes the pavement valve first, rockets away like a torpedo, and skims past onlookers before bouncing to a stop yards off. Pressurized extinguishers are effectively small steel rockets when the valve assembly is compromised, where the body takes a sharp impact. This near miss is a safety postcard. Approach fires with deliberate control. Keep the pin in until you're at the target. Never toss or juggle a charged cylinder. Luck held, no one is struck, but you can see how easily a rescue attempt can create a second hazard. A stationary phone at an Atlanta area gas station records a moment that a dispute escalates to vehicular assault. A woman, identified in reports as 31-year-old Kendra Nunn, punches the throttle and slams into a parked vehicle, dragging a man briefly, then continues across a lot and hammers another car, flipping her own in the process.
Hey, move your car, ready? Damn! She flipped the whole truck. Yeah! You dumb! You dumb! Be that. Dumb jail over here. And you almost just hit my car with my kids in it. Lucky, mama, you ain't just...
Passengers extricate and flee on foot. Onlookers shout that she nearly struck nearby young ones. Subsequent charges include criminal damage to property, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in the car, and reckless conduct. The clip is visceral proof that a parking forecourt can turn from mundane to deadly in seconds, and that using a vehicle as an instrument of anger converts a quarrel into multiple felonies. The scene highlights the importance of de-energizing machinery before attempting any maintenance. A worker reaches toward a jammed conveyor belt that's still active, a decision that nearly ends in disaster. Industrial conveyors move with relentless power, and once motion begins, it's nearly impossible to react in time. The rotating gears, pulleys, and rollers form a series of pinch points that can instantly crush or trap anything caught within. The lesson here is clear. Lockout and tagout procedures exist for a reason. Even a brief lapse in following them can result in crushed limbs, amputations, or worse. A moment's impatience isn't worth a lifetime of injury. An archival World War II sequence, originally grainy black and white, has been AI restored and colorized to modern clarity. You see a Jap crew see hue, fire color, and blast dynamics land with contemporary immediacy. It reframes the psychology, not abstract tactics, but men standing at guns, watching a one-way attack resolve into their deck. The Culiacan, Sinaloa. A roadside CCTV shows a white SUV screaming through a tight street. A man inspecting his parked truck drops and rolls under the chassis as the SUV whips by. Seconds later, a black pickup full of men, likely armed, blasts through in pursuit. Slowed frames show multiple silhouettes in the bed. Local context fills the rest. This is cartel country, and high-speed chases can erupt without warning. The pedestrian's split-second choice to use his own truck as cover probably saved him from the second wave. The video captures everyday civilians forced into battlefield decisions because of vendetta or intercept spilled into their block. Footage from a busy transit stop shows why pedestrian awareness around large vehicles is so critical. A bus begins to move forward while a person walks directly in front of it, unaware that the driver's view is completely obstructed by the vehicle's nose. Even a few feet of blind space can hide an adult from the driver's line of sight. Public transport operators are trained to visually clear every angle before moving, yet distractions, tight schedules, and blind spots make these moments extremely dangerous. The safest practice for both drivers and pedestrians is mutual patience. Confirm visibility, maintain distance, and never assume you've been seen. A split-second mistake near a vehicle of that size can be fatal. Less than a year after the 1986 disaster, a camera crew documents reactor 4's underbelly. The lens finds cooled lava flows, corium frozen in tortured shapes, where molten fuel and structural material stream like a volcano. One mass bulges with a wrinkled texture. Workers dub it the elephant's foot. At discovery, it reportedly emitted on the order of 8 to 10,000 roentgens per hour, an exposure lethal within minutes. The clip, now upscaled, shows the eerie normalcy of a corridor that tried to kill anyone who entered. The physics are stark: zirconium cladding, uranium dioxide fuel, concrete, sand, and boron. Mixtures fused under meltdown conditions into radioactive glass ceramic. Even decades later, the image functions as a warning about runaway design margins and the longevity of nuclear accidents. What makes someone think running from the cops ever ends well? That question was answered in painful detail one chaotic afternoon when officers tried to stop a shirtless man in white pants, a man who had no intention of slowing down. It started as a simple pursuit call. Within seconds, he was sprinting across parking lots, weaving through traffic, and even cutting across a school campus before bolting behind a funeral home.
He's running! He's running! Through the McDonald's! Someone get my car!
Officer shouted commands, radios echoing with the chase, but he ignored every order until a taser was fired.
Right off of Hawkins. I got him here at the Marco Somerville funeral home. Come on out right now!
1720 copy.
Down, down on the ground! Alright, still running. Stop! Get that right there! Climb that fence right there! Climb that fence!
Stop! Now! Flip over!
Flip over now. Turn to your stomach. You're gonna get tased. Turn to your stomach now. Turn to your stomach. Put your hands on top of your head. Put them on top of your head now. You're gonna get tased again. Don't freaking move.
I can't breathe.
You're fine.
Don't do that, don't do that. Just cuff me. I can't breathe. Okay? I can't breathe.
You just come in here, go back to the vehicle.
What did I do, sir?
Don't f***ing reach, dude.
I ain't reaching. That's one thing I ain't doing.
Yeah, don't f***ing reach.
Oh, I can't breathe.
Okay, we'll get you up in a second.
Okay. Breathe.
Have anybody with a vehicle?
Yeah, we got an apprehension, so go back to the vehicle.
All right, sit up.
Help me up, please.
Sit up, flip over.
I'm trying to. Just help me up, please.
Yeah, you gotta flip over, man. All right.
Thanks. Well, I don't even know why I ran.
He wasn't injured, just winded, but he kept repeating that he couldn't breathe. Paramedics were called to check him out while officers secured the scene. His name wasn't released immediately, but when they ran his information, everything started to make sense.
Hey, son. How much time? My hand, please.
Yep. Well, EMS will get to come check you out here shortly, man. All right.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, because you just ran, man. Catch your breath. All right, have a seat. Hang tight. You're fine. You good, Bill? Which way? Coming this way or off the fence?
The man admitted he ran because he thought he had an old child support warrant. He claimed he'd been terrified of being sent to Medina County, where he'd done time before and didn't want to return.
I think I got a probation violation.
You think you what, man?
I got a probation violation.
For what?
It happened about 6 years ago.
You ran for that?
It's child support.
Huh?
It's child support.
The tags are what?
It's child support.
Oh, child support? Yeah, that wasn't smart because I don't. You got a warrant. Was that for child support or let's see?
I think they suspended the probation. I don't know.
Died for what? What are you talking
I said I'm scared of Medina, man. I did some time up there, man. It was horrifying.
Well, you're not in Medina.
It was racing, man.
You're in Akron.
No, but they'll transfer me.
No,
they'll see Medina.
I see one right here. Anywhere else? Is it lower? Is there any lower?
Right in the same area and lower.
Okay. Alright, that's the only mark that I see on you. And then I see that they bandaged up your hand. You can go ahead and relax. I see that they bandaged up your left hand right there. How did that happen?
From a fence.
From the fence? Okay.
Last time I was there for child support.
Okay. So you thought you had a child support warrant?
It was torture up there.
And then what happened?
And then I just fit in the park and then jumped out.
Jumped out, okay. And then...
I ran, proceeded around these buildings back this way.
When did the officer tase you? Or when do you remember
Right
getting
behind that tent.
on the other side of the fence over here?
You're gonna go to the hospital. They gotta check you out real quick, and so then the jail will take you. I said you gotta go to the hospital, so the jail will check you out, but another officer's gonna transport you, so I'm coming over here to meet him.
So I gotta go to the county? Go ahead.
Yeah, you're gonna go to the county. Yeah, I don't know all the charges. You're gonna have to talk to the other officer and ask him. So I don't want to say any of that, but yeah, you're gonna go to county.
But what the officers found was far more than just unpaid child support. When they checked his record, they discovered multiple active warrants, including received stolen property, felony failure to comply, and obstruction. He even had a history of fleeing from police. One of his past charges was literally for running from law enforcement in 2020. When confronted, he looked stunned. 4 warrants? For real? He said quietly, shaking his head. The man denied having drugs or weapons, saying he didn't sell or use anything illegal. Officers searched his belongings, finding 3 phones inside the vehicle he'd abandoned mid-chase. He insisted 2 of them didn't even work, claiming one belonged to his brother and the other to his grandchild.
I don't do nothing, sir.
So, your phone, those are your phones in there?
Yeah.
You mind if we go through them?
Yeah.
We'll go through them, and then if there's no dope, nothing on there, then we'll get you out of handcuffs today.
There's no dope in there.
You want to open it up and we'll go through them and make sure? All 3 phones are yours?
3 phones. I don't know about 6. Some of them don't work.
Yeah?
Some don't work.
The phone don't work?
My brother had one. Then one of them, my grandbaby played with one of them. Empire Lines, the Maryland Bank. Why y'all? Why is it?
It looks like people that have this going on tend to do something they ain't supposed to. And through all my years of experience, I'm on days, man. It's not like I just got out of the academy yesterday. People don't run for minor warrants around here.
Minor warrant? How many warrants I got?
You got a few, but people don't run. People that are from Akron, they run for. You got a lot more than just child support.
What is it?
I believe some RSP stuff. Did you receive some stolen property?
Happened years ago.
Usually, for all my years, people don't run unless they got something they're running for.
What is I running for? What's it running for?
What are you doing running out of your car, man?
What's the other ones?
I just told you.
Just receiving stolen property?
Most likely, I didn't run you all. That's all coming from everybody else. Just receiving stolen property?
Well, felony failure to comply, receiving stolen property, he's got a protection order.
So you run all the time, failure to comply?
I ain't got no protection violation.
Eventually, his luck ran out completely. He was taken into custody and charged with resisting arrest, obstruction of justice, and held on his outstanding warrants. What started as a routine stop ended as another example of how fear and poor judgment can turn a minor warrant into a full-blown arrest, with flashing lights, tasers, and one exhausted fugitive learning the hard way that running only makes it worse. A construction worker steps behind a large piece of heavy machinery without signaling the operator. The result is a close call that could have ended far worse. The rear zones of equipment like loaders, dump trucks, and excavators are massive blind spots, often covering entire human heights. Operators rely on mirrors, cameras, or spotters, but even with those aids, movement in these zones is unpredictable. That's why every active work zone requires an exclusion area, clearly marked and respected by all workers. Entering that danger zone unannounced is like walking into the swing of a wrecking ball. One wrong step and visibility limitations make prevention impossible. Jizan, Saudi Arabia, May 10, 2024, a witness films a wall of dust advancing over the southwestern coastal city, a classic haboob driven by outflow winds.
شوفوا هنا كيف المنظر ما شاء الله تبارك الله منظر مهيب جدا ما شاء الله تبارك الله لا إله إلا الله انظروا لهذه الأجواء الآن من سواحل جيزان ما شاء الله تبارك الله استقبال والأروع نسأل الله تعالى أن يعقبها الخير والخيرات يا رب شاهد هنا ما شاء الله تبارك الله انظر
Skies turn sepia, visibility collapses, and the storm swallows buildings in a mad veil. Jizan is a key agricultural region. Events like this halt aviation, clog infrastructure, and force public advisories, even without direct injuries. The clip is useful for scale. Single frames show how quickly a clear horizon becomes an eclipse, and why motorists and outdoor workers need rapid shelter protocols when a brown curtain forms on the skyline. Transporting pressurized gas cylinders requires strict safety precautions. In this clip, several tanks roll freely in the back of a moving vehicle, an incredibly dangerous oversight. Without proper restraints, each cylinder effectively becomes a missile under high pressure, capable of breaking loose and rocketing through metal or concrete if the valve is damaged. Regulations mandate the use of steel chains, reinforced straps, or locked cages to secure such loads. Here, the cylinders tumble violently, narrowly missing detonation. It's a vivid warning. Compressed gases store enormous kinetic energy, and mishandling them doesn't just risk damage, it risks lives. Luckily, in this case, the outcome was frightening but not fatal. 2018, Volcan de Fuego enters a lethal phase. Phone footage captures residents fleeing as pyroclastic flows pour down barrancas like avalanches of ash, gas, and rock. Visibility swings between daylight and night, and ash clouds pulse. People sprint, stumble, and yell directions. Vehicles jam choke points. The flow leading edge curls over ravine walls and falls across flats. Nearly 200 lives were lost. Thousands were displaced. The clip distills the terror. Pyroclastic density currents move too fast for foot escape once you're in their path, and topography that usually guides rainwater becomes a conveyor for superheated ash. It's among the most harrowing civilian volcano videos online because it fuses geophysics with raw human stakes in real time. It was May 8, 2024 in Mount Horeb, Wisconsin, a quiet village just southwest of Madison. What began as a calm Wednesday morning soon spiraled into a moment of terror, a lockdown, and an unimaginable tragedy involving a 14-year-old student. At 11:15 a.m., frantic 911 calls flooded dispatch.
911, what's the address of the emergency? Okay, and you're at the middle school, is that correct? Has anyone fired any shots? Do you know who has the gun? All right, we've got lots of help on the way. Just stay on the line here with me, okay? If you have a lockdown button, just hit it. Get away from windows and doors. Did you barricade your door? Wherever you need to hide.
Reports came in of an armed individual outside Mount Horeb Middle School. Teachers rushed to secure their classrooms. Students hid behind desks, whispering in fear as automated lockdowns alerts blared through the halls. Police sped toward the scene. Body cam and dispatch recordings captured the urgency in every voice. Within minutes, officers arrived and spotted the suspect, a 14-year-old boy holding a long gun, standing outside the school's entrance, striking the doors, trying to break through the glass. He never made it inside. Officers shouted commands, "Drop it, drop the weapon," but the teen didn't listen. Then gunfire.
Drop it! "6524, shots fired. Drop it! "6524, shots fired. Drop the rifle! Drop it!
Have you heard anything about a shots fired or person with a gun in Mount Horeb?
Two, 4 suspects down.
5502, the subject is down, officers are okay. Get us the med flight started here.
Officers are okay. We'll get med flight started. I'm also getting reports that somebody ran towards the gate.
Officers approached cautiously, confirming the teen was no longer moving. His weapon, a rifle, was pulled from his grasp and secured. No officers, students, or staff were injured, but the reality of what just happened began to sink in.
School building?
Negative. We have a subject down, not moving at this time.
Copy. Subject no longer moving. 6515-23. And
Yep. Let's approach from maybe we can't see us from behind.
I'm in road as well. Is there a spot where they want us at all?
6524. Rifles removed from suspect.
you said rifle recovered with the suspect?
Outside, parents gathered in panic, desperate for updates. Police blocked off the area, calling in bomb technicians after finding the suspect's vehicle nearby. They feared it might contain explosives. At the boys' home, investigators made chilling discoveries: flammable chemicals, ammunition, and items resembling homemade explosive devices. They also found a handwritten letter addressed to the police, which read, "Hi cops, To the officer that asked to shoot me, I'm sorry, it's not your fault. The note confirmed what officers feared. This wasn't a random act of violence, but a planned suicide by cop scenario. The Wisconsin Department of Justice's Division of Criminal Investigation took over the case. Several Mount Horeb officers were placed on administrative leave as is standard after a deadly force incident. Attorney General Josh Cowell confirmed police fired their weapons but did not specify whether the suspect ever discharged his own. Back at the school, the lockdown was lifted only after police swept the campus, checking lockers, backpacks, and hallways. The threat was over, but the emotional impact was only beginning. Parents reunited with their young ones outside the school, many in tears. Community leaders praised the swift and coordinated response of teachers, staff, and law enforcement, actions that likely prevented a devastating mass tragedy. In a town known for its peace and small-town charm, that day served as a sobering reminder, even in the most ordinary places, darkness can emerge without warning, and sometimes the heroes who stop it are the ones forced to pull the trigger. A fixed riverside camera watches what starts as a routine approach, a large passenger vessel idling toward a dockside restaurant built right on the bank, with decorative railings, a promenade, and soil held by retaining blocks. At first, nothing looks unsafe. Engines humming low, crew voices drifting, bystanders filming because big boats are mesmerizing up close. Then the geometry changes.
Kena cok. Bu, matikan kompor bu. Matikan semuanya bu. Bu, kena ini. Kena cok, kena. Siapa ini cok tempat kerja kita cok? Siapa ini tempat kerja kita cok bumbunya? Asli bodoh
The bow keeps creeping, the current presses at an odd angle, and whatever stopping plan existed clearly isn't biting. You hear a shouted command and the pitch of the engine rise just before the hull kisses steel. The kiss is a shove, railings fold like tin, the paved edge caves, and you see the ground slump where film was never meant to bear that load. Chairs skitter, patrons jump back. It's more structural carnage than cinematic catastrophe. No one is struck, which is luck, and also a credit to people reacting quickly. Comments peg the locale as Malaysia or Indonesia, which fits the riverside architecture, but the exact city stays unconfirmed. The lesson is universal. Low speed, high mass contact is still high energy. If a multi-ton hull drifts a meter too far, you don't get scuffs, you get foundations compromised. Emergency checks follow, barriers go up, and the restaurant is spared deeper damage only because the main building sits set back from the bank. The footage begins like something out of a violent home invasion movie, but this wasn't fiction. It happened in Skegness, Lincolnshire, when a gang of 12 armed men stormed a quiet neighborhood house late at one February night. It's 9:33 p.m. and CCTV cameras capture the moment a group of masked figures approach a home on Grosvenor Road, carrying axes, baseball bats, and other makeshift weapons. At the front of the pack, 35-year-old Paul Johns revs up his motorcycle, then in a shocking move, slams the bike straight into the front door. The wooden frame splinters apart as Johns tries to force his way inside. Behind him, another man, later identified as Tommy Gaskin Sr., swings an axe through the windows, glass exploding into the night. Others follow, shouting as they charge in behind the motorbike. For a few tense seconds, the house disappears in chaos. Shadows moving fast, glass shattering, and the metallic thud of weapons echoing from inside. Then 3 terrified people burst out through the side door, sprinting for their lives into the darkness. When officers arrived a short while later, the home had been ripped apart, furniture smashed, walls dented, windows destroyed. Police later confirmed the brutal ambush was linked to an unpaid drug debt, a feud that had now exploded into full-scale violence. Detectives combed the scene, and that's when the first major clue appeared: a motorbike helmet dumped in the front garden beside a baseball bat and other weapons. Forensic testing led straight back to Johns. One by one, the other attackers were tracked down: Shane Toon, 40, and Tommy Gaskin Sr., 53. free were arrested after investigators pieced together CCTV footage, DNA samples, and witness statements. Johns, the ringleader who drove his motorbike through the door, was sentenced to 14 months in prison. Toon received 10 months for affray, while Gaskin will face sentencing later. Detective Constable David Bettison of Skegness CID called the attack a grim reminder how drug-related crime poisons communities, saying, "Criminal gangs bring fear, violence, and chaos to our streets, but we remain relentless in pursuing those who harm the places we call home." The shocking video has since circulated online as both a warning and a glimpse into the kind of organized street violence fueled by drugs and intimidation, the kind of terror no one expects to see on their doorstep. From a quiet street to a scene of destruction in seconds, this Skegness break-in serves as a brutal reminder. In the world of drug debts and revenge, no home is truly safe when the wrong people come knocking. Inside a living room in the tropics, a mother rocks gently with a sleeping young one in a netted hammock hung between two anchor points. The front door is propped wide for airflow. You can almost feel the heat shimmer outside. What the lens notices before she does is movement at floor level, a thick-bodied constrictor pouring over the threshold like a rope come alive. The swing arc of the hammock blocks her line of sight just long enough for the snake to close the distance. Its head tracks the motion, tongue tasting the air. The body is easily thick enough to pin an adult's leg, and there's more length out of frame. When she finally spots it, the shift from drowsy to decisive is instantaneous. One arm scoops the youngster, the other steadies the net, and she bolts for the corridor, voice breaking into a call for help. In places where jungle meets doorstep, this is not hypothetical. Large constrictors are opportunists. Hammocks and floor sleepers can read to a predator as manageable shapes. Screens, door bars, and threshold sweeps aren't overkill, they're survival design. Forget the giant beetles and flying roaches, and reptile risk alone are used for closed doors after dark, even when it's stifling. Her timing here is a difference between a viral clip and a tragedy. A man steps outside and tilts his phone upward as a thunderhead boils directly over his street. The cloud base is that ugly laminar look, layers sliding past each other, and then rotation becomes visible, alluring forms. The scud tightens and a pale funnel starts to pencil downward. Tornado genesis is a recipe. Surface air, hot and humid. Mid-level, drier and cooler, and winds changing speed and direction with height, wind shear. A strong updraft inside the storm can grab a horizontally spinning tube of air and tilt it vertical, making a mesocyclone. The rotating heart of some severe supercells. Stretch that rotation and the spin accelerates. Conservation of angular momentum, condensing a funnel. It's not a tornado until the circulation reaches the ground. Once it does, debris, not just condensation, confirms impact. Filming under one is terrible positioning. If you're close enough to see new funnels form right above, you're close enough to get caught by violent crosswinds, flying debris, or a sudden shift in the track. Basements, interior rooms, and helmets beat good footage every time. His clip is thrilling and a little maddening because the smart move would have been shelter 30 seconds earlier. Parked beneath a clear June sky on 6/23/2009, a small group starts filming from inside their car after spotting an odd sky glow. What the camera catches is not navigation strobes or a steady beacon. 3 luminous orbs hang above the tree line, brightening and fading on their own cadence, never locking into any aviation pattern.
Yeah, looks like they're recording.
Are there lights still there?
Still in the same place.
Can I borrow the headlight, please?
Right, oh my goodness. See?
Oh.
3.
And in a different position.
That's cool. I should get the telephoto and then zoom.
Someone swaps to a telephoto, another switches to night mode, a third tries phone zoom. Every device shows the same thing. The light pulse as if breathing, then rearrange without crossing the space between positions. Move 10 feet left and the geometry shifts again, as though the orb's apparent locations depend on where you stand. The group floats mundane theories first. Lens flare, tower lights, aircraft on approach. but the behavior doesn't fit. No linear track, no anti-collision timing, no sound, and the intensity swell feels organic rather than electronic. The camera hunts the focus plane and the orbs briefly distort, but even during those artifacts, the triad spacing remains consistent, then breaks, with one orb vanishing while the other two hold. Minutes pass like this, appear, dim, reappear in a slightly different wedge. A quiet call and response in light. The tone in the car changes from curiosity to unease when the telephoto makes the orbs look uncomfortably near, like they're just above the trees instead of miles up. No one bolts. They keep recording, narrating softly, trying to triangulate by eye and failing. Eventually, the sky goes blank again. Nothing lands. No sonic signature trails away. What endures is the geometry problem they couldn't solve in a string of viewers years later, admitting that, fake or not, the pattern of those pulsing lights doesn't leave your head quickly. A driver noses into a flooded low crossing while onlookers plead for common sense. The current looks shallow until it isn't. Brown water obscures the lane edges and heights where the asphalt may already be undermined.
Watch out, bro.
At first, the car pushes a bow wave and the wheels spine. Then the downstream tires start to float just enough to lose lateral grip, and the vehicle yaws. You can hear someone shout, "Watch out," right as it slides off the ground and the river claims it. Hydrodynamics don't care about confidence. Around 12 inches, 30 cm of moving water can displace a typical sedan. 2 feet, 60 cm can carry off high-riding SUVs and light trucks. Worse, fast water abrades roadbed material, so the road you're trusting may be a suspended sheet waiting to break. If the driver bailed and made sure, fantastic. If not, the interior can fill in under a minute. Trapping belts and electronics. The practical rule, turn around, don't drown, isn't nannying, it's math. If you can't see lane markings, then you can see current. The crossing is not a shortcut, it's a lottery with terrible odds. On the night of December 5, 2009, inside a bustling nightclub known as the Lame Horse in Perm, Russia, celebration turned into catastrophe in the span of minutes. The club local favorite was marking its 8th anniversary, and over 300 guests had gathered to celebrate under a low wooden ceiling decorated with flammable twigs, plastic garlands, and cheap foam ornaments. Music pulsed, drinks poured, and the energy inside was electric. A cameraman had been invited to capture the night, smiling patrons, laughter, clinking glasses, and the playful banter of the MC entertaining 2 young women near the stage.
Отлично, в гостях у нас сегодня хирург. Узнавать хозяев-то надо.
Then, in the background, a small detail changed everything. A woman, barely visible on the right side of the frame, turned her head towards something unseen. Her face shifted from joy to confusion, then fear. The camera followed her gaze upward, and there was a flicker of orange above the crowd.
Замечательно. Очень люблю женщин, которые созрели. Зрелые, красивые, желанные, обаятельные. Дамы и господа!
One tiny spark from a pyrotechnic device had ignited the decorative ceiling. At first it looked trivial, a spark that might burn out. Instead it spread in seconds, crawling across the dry materials like a fuse. The MC's voice cracked through the speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are on fire. Please leave the hall." Panic erupted. But as hundreds searched toward the exits, they found only one way out. The club's second exit, hidden behind the stage, had no signage and was blocked by furniture. Smoke thickened instantly, choking visibility to zero. Those near the doorway were crushed as others behind them pushed in desperation. Within moments, the oxygen was gone. People collapsed where they stood. cameraman, disoriented, stumbled out into the frozen street. He turned back to film, flames bursting through windows, screams fading beneath the roar. It took over 20 minutes before firefighters arrived. By then, the building was nearly gone. Survivors lay half naked on the pavement at -16°C, shivering and burned, abandoned for over an hour with no blankets or aid. Rescue efforts came too late. In total, 156 people lost their lives, 101 inside, 55 more later in hospitals. It remains Russia's deadliest nightclub fire in modern history. The haunting video that night shows two moments that still send chills. Years later, that woman's silent look of realization and the faint, almost harmless spark that grew into an inferno which consumed over 100 lives before anyone could understand what was happening. This next encounter took place in Alexandria, Virginia on the night of October 14th, 2025, and what began as what the homeowner assumed was a Halloween prank quickly turned into a real-life nightmare. Surveillance footage from the porch shows three masked individuals approaching the front door, their voices disguised and their demeanor menacing. They bang repeatedly on the door, shouting commands to open up and threatening to force their way inside.
They bang on that shit. Act like he's serious. Act like he's serious. Open the door! Who is it? Open up the door! Hurry, make her way inside! Open up the door! Who is it? Open up the door before we make our way inside! Open up the door!
Inside, a woman and her family watched in horror as the group circled the house, pounding on windows and testing both entrances. One of the intruders can be heard saying they'll make their way in no matter what, whether through the front or the back.
God, then we will make our way in somewhere in this house. From the back or the front, it don't matter how it takes. Open the door! Open the door! Open the door!
The attempted break-in lasted over 6 minutes, with the suspects damaging the property before fleeing in 2 separate vehicles. Police later classified the incident as an attempted home invasion rather than a prank. The family, fearing retaliation, temporarily vacated the house after reportedly receiving threats that the group might return. Despite clear security footage and vehicle descriptions, all 3 suspects remain unidentified. It's a stark reminder that danger can arrive disguised, sometimes even behind a festive mask. What started as a family ritual, a wholesome Las Vegas vow renewal, would later unravel into one of the most disturbing real-life horrors in modern American history. The Turpin family appeared perfect. David and Louise Turpin, married since 1985, renew their vows almost yearly, always surrounded by their 13 children, all dressed alike, smiling for the camera. The videos uploaded to YouTube and shared online painted a picture of domestic bliss, a large, loving family anchored by faith and tradition. Yet behind those smiles was a nightmare hidden in plain sight. One of the daughters, 17-year-old Jordan Turpin, secretly began posting YouTube videos of her own, short, innocent clips of her singing original songs in her bedroom. To outsiders, she seemed like any shy teenager sharing her dreams online, but inside the Turpin house, Jordan and her siblings lived in chains, starved, beaten, and denied every basic human freedom. Her parents had turned their California home into a private prison, where the children were fed once a day and allowed to bathe only once a year. Jordan's secret videos were her only window to the outside world, a faint signal of hope disguised as teenage creativity. On January 14th, 2018, she found the courage to escape. Trembling, she used a discarded phone to call 911. The recording remains one of the most haunting emergency calls ever made. I just ran away from home. My 2 little sisters are chained up right now.
Do you have an emergency?
I just ran away from home because I live in a family of 15. We have abusing parents. Did you hear that? They hit us, they throw us across, they like to throw us across the room. They pull our hair, they yank out our hair. My 2 little sisters right now are chained up.
The responding officer's body cam footage captures her fear. A girl who had never spoken to a stranger before, who didn't even know what the word medication meant.
Okay. I just ran away from home.
Okay.
And I live in a family of 15.
Okay.
My 2 little sisters right now are chained up.
They're chained up?
Yes.
Where are they chained up at?
On their bed. They're chained up because they stole mother's food.
Okay.
But they stole it because they were hungry much. I've never talked to anybody out there, so I've never been alone with a person, so this is very hard for me to talk.
Medication?
What's medication?
Medication?
Yeah, what's medication?
Do you take pills? Do you take pills?
She showed him photos of her sister shackled to bed frames, bruised and filthy. That proof led police to the home, and what they discovered stunned the world.
It's of everything, but I have proof that my sisters are chained up. Look at that. See, those are the places that make it known that. And see how dirty she is? We're so filthy. We don't take baths. We don't.
How did your sisters get like this? Your parents chained them up?
Yeah.
Inside, 12 siblings were found malnourished, caged, and living among human waste. The oldest was 29 years old, but weighed only 89 pounds. Every corner reeked of neglect and cruelty. David and Louise were arrested immediately. Their carefully curated family videos, once symbols of love, became evidence of deception. They were sentenced to life in prison, and the children, finally free, were placed into foster care. But even freedom had its betrayal.
A foster family in Paris has been accused of abusing several foster children, including some of the Turpins.
Years later, 5 of the Turpin siblings were reportedly abused again by their foster parents, Marcelino and Rosa Organ, who now face over a dozen criminal charges, including assault and molestation. The cruelty they endured twice over is almost impossible to comprehend, yet amid the trauma, hope still lives. Jordan has rebuilt her life, sharing her story online and inspiring millions. She is no longer the trapped young girl behind a locked door. She is her own voice, a survivor who turned pain into proof that even after the darkest night, the morning can still come. From a distance in Shymkent, Kazakhstan, a parked vehicle looks like it's simply smoking while something further off glows like open flame, easy to misread as a mundane roadside fire. Seconds later, the perspective shatters. The nearby car violently ruptures. A pressure wave ripples across the frame, and fragments pepper the street and building fronts. Early reports said the owner, who was only a short walk away, suffered facial and hand injuries consistent with a rapid thermal or pressure event and flying debris. He lived, which is remarkable given the scale. Investigators pointed to aftermarket gas equipment inside the vehicle. That detail matters. LPG or CNG conversions add high-pressure cylinders, regulators, and lines. A leaky fitting or heated cylinder can turn a sealed cabin into a pressure vessel. If ignition occurs, spark from wiring, static discharge, or radiant heats from an external fire, the result isn't a gentle burn but an internal deflagration that blows out panels and glass. Practical takeaway: if you smell gas, crack doors, keep power off, don't start the engine, and get distance. For bystanders, the danger zone isn't just flame, it's line of sight, shrapnel, and a secondary blast. After midnight in western Taiwan, Inside the Yuanlin Finance and Economics building, a woman and her small daughter enter through the glass lobby. Security footage shows them stepping into an elevator. The woman, calm but hurried, presses the button for the 11th floor, lays down her coat, and then carefully places her daughters beside it. She removes their shoes, an act of quiet intention, and exits the elevator toward the stairwell leading to the roof. They were never seen again. When the building manager reviewed the footage the next morning, unease set in. He remembered the pair vividly. The mother had brushed past him, claiming to be visiting a friend, but no such person lived there. Fearing the worst, police were called. They searched the rooftop, the stairwell, every office, and every apartment. No bodies, no evidence. The coats, shoes, and a single empty suitcase remained. Speculation spread like wildfire. Had she jumped with her child? If so, where were their remains? Could she have escaped unseen? Every exit was monitored by CCTV. None showed her leaving. Over the years, theories multiplied. A supernatural disappearance, an unsolved murder, even the suggestion that both were pulled into an alternate dimension. Some locals refused to go near the 11th floor to this day, calling it cursed. Others believed there was a hidden blind spot in the cameras, an overlooked escape route only someone familiar with the building could find. But the woman, later identified as Liu, had never been there before. No trace of her or a young one has ever been recovered. Just that elevator video, a haunting final glimpse of two souls vanishing into mystery, leaving behind more questions than answers. This security footage, captured in the city of Nalisk, Russia, begins like any ordinary day at a tourist cable lift. Dozens of visitors sit patiently, gliding along the line suspended high above the water. Everything seems normal, calm, even peaceful, but within seconds, that calm shatters. Out of nowhere, a grinding metallic noise erupts as the entire mechanical system jolts violently. One of the main cables snaps, sending several of the chairs swinging out of control. The frame shakes as metal screeches and bodies begin to fall. A few riders scream as their seats collapse beneath them, crashing down toward the body of water below. The malfunction appears to have stemmed from a catastrophic mechanical failure at the base of the lift, where gear housing bursts apart. One passenger near the landing area is struck by a chunk of flying debris, a panel from the control box, yet miraculously survives. The rest of the riders plunge into the water, sustaining injuries ranging from broken bones to concussions. Local emergency teams later confirmed no fatalities, thanks to the fall landing over a shallow reservoir rather than onto rock. Still, the footage stands as a chilling reminder of how fast a calm day at a tourist attraction can turn into a scene of mechanical chaos. In Coyoacan, Mexico, a quiet neighborhood erupted into chaos as federal forces surrounded a home belonging to Ovidio Guzman Lopez, son of notorious cartel leader Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. The mission, planned for weeks, aimed to capture Ovidio and cripple the Sinaloa cartel's leadership. Body cam footage shows the operation's precision, armored trucks rolling in, tactical units breaching the perimeter, and Ovidio surrendering without resistance. It was supposed to be a clean arrest, the kind that makes history books. Instead, it ignited a war.
Sal, Ovidio. Vente, tranquilo, señor. Tranquilo. Ven. Ovidio, venga, tranquilo. Salga aquí, venga. Tranquilo. Tranquilo. Aquí, señor. Tranquilo. Listo. Anda aquí tus manos. ¿Traes armas?
The city of Culiacan, Mexico, the historic homeland to the violent Sinaloa drug cartel, turned into a battle zone Thursday.
Within hours, Culiacan descended into bedlam. Cartel gunmen flooded the streets by the hundreds, wielding machine guns and RPGs. Fires burned in every direction as convoys of pickup trucks battled soldiers in broad daylight. Civilians were trapped in their homes, terrified. The government, fearing mass casualties, made an unthinkable call. They released a video to stop the slaughter. The order worked. Gunfire ceased almost instantly, but at an unimaginable cost to Mexico's credibility and morale. Days later, vengeance came. The officer who led the raid, identified as Eduardo, was ambushed in his car and shot more than 150 times. He never stood a chance. Unconfirmed reports claim every officer visible in the raid footage has since been hunted down. Watching the original video today feels like watching ghosts. Man marked for death from the moment they appeared on camera. Their capture of a video was brief. Their victory followed. In Culiacan, the cartel reminded the world who truly holds power and how fragile the line between justice and survival really is. Across Asia, few legends are as haunting or as deeply rooted in ancient belief as a Chinese ghost festival, a solemn night said to blur the boundary between the living and the dead. On the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, it's believed that the gates of the underworld swing open, allowing spirits to walk freely among the living. Some are gentle, ancestors returning to visit their families, while others are restless, wandering souls seeking revenge or closure. In March of 2024, a YouTuber named Xiao Long set out to test the legend for himself. He chose a forest in rural China, a place locals had long called cursed. Deep inside it stood an abandoned graveyard, its tombstones shattered, the air heavy with mist and superstition. Armed with his camera, Xiao Long hiked through the darkness for nearly 15 minutes, guided only by a flashlight beam that barely pierced the thick air.
发现个问题没？你发现这个地方寸草不生吗？这应该是个绝户地，也就是我们常在电影里面听到的极阴之地，称之为鬼煞之地。这个地方，兄弟们，我操，这很有可能会出现僵尸啊！得亏我今天请了一个我最牛逼的法器。纯纯的桃木剑，兄弟们，这个真是开过光的，不要俩笑话我啊！纯纯桃木剑啊，兄弟们。
Once there, he began setting up his equipment, speaking quietly into the night, asking if any spirits wished to communicate. Then the atmosphere shifted. The wind stopped. The forest grew unnervingly silent until 3 distinct footprints appeared in the sand right beside him.
你吹了，有能耐你就出来，没能耐我下班。今天我也差不多了，因为平台给我卡个 B 型。我妈呀！我操你妈！我操！我他妈！我操！
Panicked, Xiaolong backed away, scanning every direction, but the night around him was empty. When he turned his camera, something flickered at the edge of the frame, a dark figure moving in the distance, too fast to focus. The footage glitched, the audio warped, and then it abruptly cut to black. That was the last anyone heard from him. There have been no follow-ups, no clarifications, and no additional uploads. Some viewers insist it's staged. Others are convinced he caught real evidence of something waiting beyond the veil. Was Xiaolong's encounter genuine, or was it simply a man lost in the dark, haunted by his own imagination? The next clip features social media creator Aga Triaga, known for recording his daily life through a pair of high-tech camera glasses. What starts as another routine post, him chatting casually while pulling into a gas station, turns into pure chaos within seconds.
Слышь, братуха, где начальник? Опа, есть! Вырубай! Да ну нахуй! Ёба! Ёбаный в рот! Быстро уёбывай всех!
Смотри, назад! Назад, подальше от этого.
Блин, я так испугался, ты там. Вали нахер отсюда, подальше.
Ну как, за бензин, да, здесь?
Да, я же тебе говорю. Это грузовик целит. Никто не пострадал?
Да вроде нет.
Слабый какой-то.
Фух.
Seconds later, viewers realized what happened. A drone strike. The small craft had crashed near the fueling pumps, its explosive payload failing to detonate on impact. A thin trail of smoke rises in the distance as shouts fill the air. Had it exploded, the entire area could have been engulfed in flames. Emergency responders later confirmed the drone was likely military grade, though whether it malfunctioned or was intercepted remains unclear. The footage recorded from MYUU's glasses went viral, both because of its quality and because it captured one of the closest calls imaginable without tragedy. A routine curbside moment in Sao Paulo turns tactical in a blink. Two people are idling at the property line when a car darts into frame, bumps them, then rams again in reverse. There's no obvious verbal exchange or gesturing, just intent. The scene looks chaotic on first watch, but the pattern is deliberate. Strike, reposition, strike. Responding officers appear almost immediately, suggesting either an unrelated patrol happened to be nearby or a 190 call had already been placed. Post-incident reports claim the driver targeted his sister and brother-in-law. Officers intercepted and detained him on the spot. Forensics here are straightforward. Bumper height matches bruise patterns. Wheel scrapes on the curb tell a story about throttle timing, and the vehicle's event data recorder will reflect pedal positions and speed. For anyone on foot, don't run parallel to the car. Cut obliquely behind obstacles and put hard structure between you and the bumper. And if you're filming, take a second to note plates, color, and distinctive damage. The first 30 seconds of details help prosecutors later. On April 9, 2015, a massive storm began to churn across northern Illinois, birthing a tornado that would become one of the strongest in years. In the small town of Fairdale, residents watched from their windows as the sky turned green and sirens wailed. Among them were Clem and Geraldine Schultz, a couple in their 60s who lived in their farmhouse for over 2 decades. At first, the funnel cloud appeared distant, harmless. Clem grabbed his phone to film it, believing it would pass. Instead, the storm shifted course, heading straight for their home. The video captures the last moments before impact. Wind howls, debris begins to fly by, then everything vanishes in a blur of dust and splintered wood. The EF4 tornado, packing winds over 200 miles per hour, obliterated the Schultz home in seconds. When rescue crews arrived, the house was gone, flattened into an unrecognizable heap of boards and glass. Miraculously, Clem crawled out alive, dazed and bloodied. His wife, Geraldine, wasn't as lucky. She was found lifeless beneath the wreckage. A close friend and neighbor also perished that night. Days later, when a relative recovered Clem's phone from the rubble, the recording was still intact. The only known first-person video is someone being struck directly by a violent tornado and surviving. It's harrowing to watch. The sounds of glass shattering, the sudden vacuum of air, and then silence. That single clip stands as both evidence and warning. The horrifying beauty in nature's power, and how fragile human existence truly is in its path. Halam, a remote village in northeastern Somalia, where an unsettling video surfaced in October 2021. At first glance, it seemed simple. 2 men being interviewed outdoors while others worked quietly behind them. But the thumbnail and title told another story. The translation read, Pharaoh, the killer of his mother, executed today. Curious viewers soon discovered more versions of the same video, each revealing fragments of a grim reality. The man seated beside one of the interviewees was Farah Abdi Muhammad, a local man who had murdered his own mother during a drug-fueled outburst. Arrested almost immediately, Farah's fate was left in the hands of his family. His surviving siblings, consumed by grief, were asked to decide whether he should live or die. One brother, Awi, made his choice clear. Farah would face execution, and Awi himself would carry it out. The footage shows Awi giving an interview, calm and expressionless, as his brother stands beside him, hands bound. Behind them, men dig quietly at the edge of the frame, preparing Farah's grave. When the time came, Awi stepped forward, raised a pistol, and ended his brother's life with a single shot. The crowd remained silent. No shouting, no anger, only acceptance. It's one of the most haunting pieces of footage to ever circulate online, not because of gore or spectacle, but because of how ordinary it all feels. The rhythm of everyday life continues around an act of irreversible violence. Two brothers, one holding the weapon, one facing the end, separated by grief, guilt, and a belief in justice born from blood. The silence that follows is almost unbearable. There are no heroes, no villains, only tragedy carved into memory. This next moment begins innocently. Three women in a sunny kitchen preparing fufu, a traditional West African dish. One of them, Helen, props up her phone to record a TikTok as they work together, pounding boiled yams in rhythm with laughter. But as the clip continues, something strange happens beneath them. A faint cracking sound interrupts the cheerful chatter. One of the women looks down, confused, before the entire ground gives way. In an instant, the floor collapses, sending pots, utensils, and boiling food plummeting downward. Screams fill the air as dust and debris swallow the frame. Miraculously, all three women survive with only minor scrapes, though several suffer bruises and burns. Later reports confirm that the floor had weakened over time due to unseen water damage in the kitchen substructure. What makes the footage even more eerie is its timing. The collapse occurs right as Helen finishes her sentence, capturing the exact second the laughter turns to horror. The viral TikTok that was meant to showcase a family recipe became an unintentional record of how disaster can strike even in the safest, most familiar places. The next incident doesn't deal with spirits, but it's every bit as horrifying. What began as a quiet winter afternoon turned into chaos straight out of a horror film. A driver passing by had spotted a man, later identified as 41-year-old Daniel H. Escalera, walking calmly into the main entrance of River Glen of St. Charles, carrying the still-running chainsaw in his hands.
Hello?
Hi. He went in that front door there.
This one right here?
Yeah, with a chainsaw.
Okay.
Running chainsaw. He tried to cut that tree.
He went into that door right there?
Yeah, that front entrance door.
This one with the pillars?
Yes.
The white pillars?
Yes.
Okay. Can you do me a favor and just hang out here for a second? Okay.
1358. Hello. Tell me to send the log out to someone else? Just hold it for now.
How long ago did he go in there? Okay. Hey, what's going on with this guy?
I don't know. He came in here.
Hey, can you hold this door open?
Yes,
More police
please.
are coming.
1393.
Go ahead.
There's no answer at the call of business.
Within minutes, responding officers arrived. Inside, several elderly residents were gathered in the cafeteria, oblivious to the danger just steps away. Body cam footage captures the tension, officers shouting commands for Escalera to drop the weapon as its engine growls louder.
Hey!
Inconvenience.
Hey! Hey, drop the taser. Drop the taser. Or drop it. On the ground. Get back. Hey, drop. Hey. Step it up. Hey, drop the chainsaw. One at taser point.
Oh my God.
Hey, drop it. I got one at taser point. Step it up. We'll be in the front lobby. Drop it.
Subject in the front lobby.
Yes.
Step it up.
I'm leaving here without my lady. Where is she?
Step it up.
Where's my?
Drop it.
I just want my wife, man. I just want. Listen, man. I don't want to.
Taser deployed. Hey. Hey, right here. He's right here.
Come on. Get him out. Come here. He's on the other side. Oh, shit.
Shots fired!
Attention, all Irish units. We're going to St. Charles.
Drop it! Get him over.
When he refuses, they deploy a taser. It strikes. He falls, then rises again. Eyes wide and unresponsive, Escalera swings the chainsaw toward one of the officers, grazing him before a shot rings out. One bullet tears through his arm. Another strikes his chest. Even then, he doesn't stop. Only after collapsing near an elderly resident's wheelchair does he finally go still. Paramedics rushed in, but it was too late. Toxicology later revealed a potent mix of methamphetamine, amphetamine, and olanzapine, drugs that likely pushed him into psychotic frenzy. Investigators concluded the officers acted appropriately, preventing what could have been a massacre inside a building filled with vulnerable residents. Yet the question lingers, what snapped inside Escalera's mind that day? A random break from reality or something darker lurking behind his addiction? This one's deceptive because the worker isn't directly under the hook. He's offset, glancing up once, then going back to business while a crane is slewing a heavy assembly overhead. The near miss unfolds in two steps you can map to rigging failures. First, the suspend and load shifts as a sling equalizes. Second, a component or wrench cuts or rolls the hitch, dropping mass precisely onto the path he's occupying. He survives because the geometry bounces the piece a hair wide. Two preventables jump out. One, exclusion zones. Any area within the fall shadow, imagine a cone from hook to ground, should be sterile. Two, load path checks. Rigger in charge should confirm sling angle less than 60 degrees. Correct D/D ratio for wire around slings. Corner protection on sharp edges. And a slow test lift to verify balance. Also, line of fire isn't just under the hook. It's anywhere gravity might carry a bounce. If you're that worker, eyes up every few seconds. Never assume the operator sees you, and step clear until the load is set in choker slack. This next recording feels almost cinematic, except the family caught in it insists it's real. The footage comes from India, where a man named Zach began documenting what he believed was a poltergeist haunting inside his own home. For years, the family had experienced strange occurrences, doors creaking open by themselves, objects shifting overnight, whispers echoing through the hall. But when their young son began having recurring nightmares, things took a disturbing turn.
How I get it out whenever I'm dreaming? I can also get down to dream and it happens. It's okay. Just drink more till you want it, isn't it? Yeah, but also when I also didn't do anything, then that happened. But it didn't happen. It didn't happen before. But I also drank in the beginning. Yeah. Do you want to sleep for some?
The boy would wake up crying, describing the same dream again and again. A man dressed entirely in black, standing before his mirror, watching silently with a face blurred beyond recognition. Each nightmare ended the same way. The man killed his parents. At first, Zach dismissed it as imagination until he saw his son stare one night, shaking uncontrollably. Determined to find proof, he set up a camera.
I just saw something more up there. I just woke up now and the lights have got switched off. It's 2 a.m. It's a haunting hour. You see the air purifier is working. I guess the haunting hour has begun.
The recordings are eerie. Unexplained noises, sudden flickers of light, and doors moving while the family slept. At one point, Zach's own voice trembles as he whispers that the air purifier works fine. Yet every light in the house has gone dead, except for one glowing faintly near the mirror. Later that night, footsteps echo in the living room, though no one's there. His son rushes in crying that the man in black is back. As Zach investigates, the power surges again. The camera catches a shadow gliding across the wall before the feed abruptly cuts.
God save me. You see all the power plugs are working.
I told you guys, during the haunting hours, the lights don't work. Did you guys hear that?
The family claims the haunting continues, disrupting their sleep and mental health. Their channel, Zach's Scary Haunting, now serves as a running diary of terror as they search for answers to what's really tormenting them. Recorded in Daegu, South Korea, this taxi dashcam video might be one of the most horrifying displays of technological failure ever caught on camera. It's just past midnight when the electric taxi collided slightly with another car in a low-speed accident. Nothing unusual at first, but seconds after the impact, the taxi's engine revs uncontrollably. Instead of stopping, the vehicle accelerates at breakneck speed down the narrow urban road.
큰일 났다. 큰일 났다. 뭐야 이거 뭐야? 왜요? 큰일 났다. 이거 저 브레이크 잡아. 안 돼. 브레이크 잡았어. 신속도도 안 돼. 큰일 났다. 이거 해봐. 큰일 났다 이거. 이거. 큰일 났다.
In less than a minute, the car reaches an almost impossible 186 kilometers per hour, about 115 miles per hour. The driver's frantic attempts to brake do nothing. Streetlights blur by as the taxi narrowly misses pedestrians before smashing into another vehicle, flipping on its side and grinding across the asphalt in a shower of sparks. When the wreckage finally stops, the scene looks apocalyptic. Cars mangled, debris scattered, and smoke pouring from the crumpled chassis. 7 people are injured, including the driver, though by some miracle, all survive. Later investigations point to a critical malfunction in the vehicle's acceleration system, a glitch similar to previous electric car incidents in the country. The footage serves as a terrifying example of what happens when automation turns deadly. At first glance, this might seem harmless, just a few friends fooling around with a child's toy called Simon, the electronic memory game famous for flashing lights and sounds.
Okay, so
But what was meant to be a playful moment during a house party turned deeply unsettling. The video begins with laughter, a casual challenge to beat the pattern, but then something unexpected happens. The toy starts responding to their questions instead of random sequences. When one friend asks, "Is my shirt black?" the device flashes the correct color. Another jokingly says, "Am I a girl?" and the toy seems to answer intelligently.
Okay, I'll go. Okay, is my shirt black? Dude, this thing is possessed, man. This thing is possessed.
That's a no.
Am I a girl? Oh!
The group laughs it off at first until one of them notices a strange sketch pinned to the wall, a drawing made by the homeowner's younger sister of her imaginary friend.
Dude, it was acting up earlier.
Yeah, crazy.
You guys keep being here.
Alan said it was all good.
Really?
This thing is possessed, man. This thing is possessed. All right, okay. Ask me a question.
What color is the sky? Wait. I guess I need to ask yes or no.
Is the sky blue?
No! Dude, come on, ask it a question.
It's probably just like broken.
Dude, get over here. Ask it a question, dude.
First of all, it's not even yours.
It's kind of exhilarating.
Dude. Yeah.
Am I black?
Oh my god.
Oh! Oh! It knows, dude.
Throw that
It
Like
knows.
stuck on the green button or something.
Ask a no.
Am I a girl? Oh!
Okay, so it
shit.
knows.
Dude, it knows, dude.
So
this
it
thing's,
knows.
this thing's, it's like one of those Ouija boards,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah,
It knows. Oh.
My mom played with one.
No, guys, have you guys not seen horror movies?
Oh, dude, the picture, dude. The picture.
Oh. She drew that?
Yeah, dude.
Dude, this will actually like tell.
Okay. Are you with us in this room?
It's not gonna work. Put like 2 fingers on it or something.
Oh, dude! Oh my gosh, that's so creepy. That is so creepy, dude.
Okay, is this find that thing?
Dude, it's just on the floor, man.
Yo, are we actually haunted right now?
Dude, I'm like actually kind of scared, dude. Dude, like, what even is that?
We should put that down.
Like that?
Or just
Okay, okay. All right, well let's get real crazy.
I'm leaving.
Did you guys hear that
We're
from
on the
there?
second floor.
What?
Oh.
It came from right here, yeah?
There, you see that? We're on the second floor.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay. All right, fine. That's enough.
As the questions continue, the toy becomes erratic, flashing and beeping as though in frustration. Then from the window, there's a single loud tap. Everyone freezes. The second floor window has no balcony, no way for anyone to reach it from outside. The laughter stops, replaced by whispers in fear. Later, when reviewing the video, they notice the toy flashing even when no one touches it, perfectly timed with their questions. Paranormal enthusiasts argued that an unseen presence may have been using the Simon toy as a conduit, similar to a digital Ouija board. Skeptics claim it was just a glitch, but the group insists that what happened that night felt conscious, aware. Whether it was malfunction or manifestation remains up for debate, but one thing is certain, something in that room wanted to be heard. A pickup barrels down a narrow, unlined road like it's a rally stage, fishtails and rockets toward a pedestrian with a young one in tow. The adult's reaction is pure economy. Scoop the youngster, rotate the torso, and pivot out of the truck's vector by inches. You can freeze frame the physics the truck's center line misses by less than a shoulder width. Everything wrong lives on the driver. Speed on a dirt surface with unpredictable grip, no runoff, and poor sightlines. The heroics show why dad reflexes get mythologized. Simple motor programs trained by repetition. Grab, turn, shield, fire without hesitation. A better plan on roads like this. Treat any oncoming vehicle as if it's already out of control. Keep a standoff distance from the edge. Hold youngsters on the traffic away side and pre-visualize a bailout path. For drivers, if you realize you're hot into a sketchy section, scrub speed early, not mid-corner. Braking on loose aggregate while correcting steering is how you send 2 families to the hospital. This next clip recorded at the Marriott Stellaris Condado Hotel in Puerto Rico is short, barely a minute long, yet it has left countless viewers uneasy. The hotel surveillance cameras captured a female security guard making her nightly patrol through a quiet corridor. Everything looks ordinary until, without warning, she's yanked backward by her hair, violently as though someone grabbed her ponytail. She spins around in shock, but there's no one there. Her body and language shifts instantly. Stiff, trembling, eyes darting, she searches the hallway, checks the corners, and even looks upward toward the ceiling lights. Nothing moves. When she later views the security feed, her face reportedly turned pale. The footage clearly shows her being pulled by an invisible force, her body lurching before she regains balance. No shadow, no reflection, nothing human in frame. Paranormal investigators have visited the hotel since, suggesting it may be one of several hotspots connected to tragic incidents on the island. Skeptics argue it could have been static or trick lighting, but even slow-motion playback shows her hair moving unnaturally, as if gripped by something unseen. Whatever it was, she refused to patrol that hallway again alone. We return briefly to the topic of drones, this time showing an explosive UAV striking a parking lot. The exact location is undisclosed, but the impact is violent.
Уходи, блядь! Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой!
The camera captures a split second of eerie silence before a deafening blast sends vehicles flying like toys. Miraculously, authorities later confirmed no casualties. That's because the drone detonated an impact with a parked car rather than near the pedestrian walkway where several people had been moments earlier. The shockwave shatters glass storefronts and flames erupt from the wreckage. Within minutes, firefighters rush in to contain the blaze. This clip, while only a few seconds long, perfectly captures how warfare technology has made its way into ordinary civilian life, where even a quiet parking lot can become a sudden battleground. Finally, we come to the story of Claymore, a 32-year-old man living alone who began documenting strange disturbances in his apartment, disturbances that have since turned his life into a waking nightmare. For 2 years, Claymore noticed the same pattern, doors opening by themselves, objects shifting, electronics flickering on at random. In early March 2025, he decided to film proof. His first clip begins in his gaming room. You can hear faint footsteps from another room. Then Alexa, unprompted, begins to speak. The smart device claims it can't help with that, even though no one asked a question.
Just randomly started hearing stuff. First it sounded like footsteps. Just gonna give it a while, see if we hear anything else.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that. You don't have any notifications.
Claymore laughs nervously, pretending to shrug it off, but the noises continue, louder each time. Later that night, he films a second video from his home gym. He's mid-sentence when a heavy thud echoes nearby, followed by a door creaking open on its own.
Acclimate to, the physical fitness of it. That's weird. Sound like a door closed. Hang on. I have to investigate. Oh yeah, I mentioned this in one of my other videos, but this door does not open. That's our HVAC system. As a renting tenant, I'm not allowed to open that. Do I really need to show you under the bed? You'd be surprised at what people think. Like, oh, somebody snuck under the bed, or, you know, hard to get an angle.
He searches every room, even under the bed, showing there is no one there, and yet the knocking persists.
Completely empty. But I still hear shit. That sounds like what I heard, actually. I'm gonna play that back for you guys. Physical fitness of it. Let's see. Yeah. No, I know you all heard that. Oh. That would be what that was. This has fallen off before. But this has never fallen off by itself. Like you would have to force that off. It's weird. Kind of scared the shit out of me. It was so loud. Yeah. The fuck, see?
The next scene shows him sleeping, a webcam running in the corner. Hours pass, then sometime after 3 a.m., the lights flicker, an object falls, and a whisper can faintly be heard near the microphone.
So the video you're all about to see is basically a series of clips I took from about 8 hours worth of footage that I filmed overnight using my laptop's external webcam. So the events in the video did not happen in this short of a succession as portrayed in the video. They're basically just a bunch of snips that I combined together instead of showing you 8 hours worth of footage.
Claymore claims he sleeps through it all, but viewers catch details he missed. A shadow gliding along the wall, a shape briefly blocking the camera's infrared light. Over time, his once lighthearted TikTok page has become a digital diary of dread. Whether he's staging these clips or truly living through a haunting, one thing is clear. Something inside that apartment wants his attention, and it's not letting go. On December 9, 2019, New Zealand's most active marine volcano, Wakari White Island, transitioned from ominous to catastrophic in seconds. Tour groups had ferried 47 people to the crater floor despite weeks of elevated unrest, frequent micro-tremors, shifting SO2 emissions, and an elevated alert level. The operators treated the risk like weather. Watch it, work around it, and get back to the boat on time. A fixed surveillance camera, installed for science rather than tourism, became the most impartial witness.
Well over 300, so it does get very hot. Photo opportunity out there as well. You'll notice there's an area where there's a bit of bubbling water. Please don't go too close to it because it is undercut. Not quite sure where it sort of ends up under our feet, and you may need to use your mask up there, okay? Now if you do get engulfed by the steam, just basically turn your back to it, and if you need to, you can just crouch down.
At 2:04 p.m., the feed catches a low shudder turning into violent ground motion. Ash jets bulge, and small lapilli start hopping across the pumice. Heads snap toward the vent. The next frames show the steam and ash eruption column punching skyward and collapsing outward as a ground-hugging surge. Superheated gases, ash, and rock racing downslope. Visibility implodes, people scattered toward the jetty, some instinctively choosing the low route, others freezing or running cross-slope into the plume. Temperatures in the surge would have been hundreds of degrees Celsius, unsurvivable. In the final clear seconds, outlines blur into a white wall, then the lens is sandblasted opaque. Survivors later described the roar as if the earth itself were inhaling and screaming at once. Rescue crews could not immediately re-enter. Conditions remained lethal. Bodies lay unreachable until specialized teams in full protective ensembles risked brief forays to recover them. In all, 22 people died. Many others lived with life-altering burns. Scientists later dissected every frame to time the escalation and map search directions, data that memory can preserve under trauma. The camera's cold chronology sharpened uncomfortable questions. With unrest elevated for weeks, why were commercial landings still occurring? The island is now closed, the camera still running, silent, unblinking, and waiting. This dashcam video from China shows just how quickly a normal drive can become fatal. The road is pitch black except for the faint glow of headlights. Visibility is poor, rain slicks the pavement, and traffic moves cautiously, or so it seems. Suddenly, the car head swerves violently. A massive truck looms into view, crawling at a snail's pace without warning lights. The dashcam driver reacts just in time, narrowly missing it, but the car behind doesn't. At full speed, it slams into the back of the truck with devastating force. The video abruptly cuts to static, but the aftermath is grim. Some sources report the driver didn't survive the impact. Others claim he was pulled out alive but in critical condition. Either way, the speed, darkness, and lack of signage created a perfect storm for tragedy. It's a haunting clip, one that highlights how one small lapse in visibility can cost everything on a dimly lit expressway. At the MGM Grand Lion habitat in Las Vegas, a glass wall kept spectators safe, but not trainers inside the enclosure. On September 8, 2010, what began as a routine behavioral session with a young male lion flipped in a heartbeat. Tourist video shows a controlled tableau, handlers calm, the lion pacing, ambient casino quiet bleeding through. Post-incident statements emphasized protocols in the reinforced viewing barrier. True, and the public remained safe, but the footage punctures the illusion of domestication. The animal never became tame. It became temporarily compliant until instinct resurfaced. The injured trainer, unnamed publicly, was treated and discharged. The psychological residue endured longer. Training history, rapport, hand signals, useful yet always subordinate to the line's evolved hardware and reflex loop. Even on a grainy Russian clip, you can read the placard. The timber span is posted 3 metric tons. A loaded medium truck can triple or quadruple that without trying.
Давай, 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 газуй, газуй. Ёбаный в рот. Держись, блядь.
Сказали же, блядь.
Блядь, живой, не живой, хуй знает. Живой, живой.
Сука, ему ж сказали, ёб твою мать.
Что теперь делать будем?
The driver eases on, the deck deflects past elastic limits, stringers snap, and the whole span folds like a card table, plunging truck and cargo into the watercourse. Timber bridges are rot insect channels, moisture cycling, so that 3-ton rating was already conservative. Overloading by an order of magnitude isn't a gamble, it's a guarantee. Structural autopsy would show shear failures at bearing points and brittle fractures where fasteners split grain. If you're ever unsure, stop before the bridge. Send the lightest person on foot to read the plate compared to your vehicle's GVW and never assume it held the last guy. Tow operators and farm trucks are repeat offenders here. The physics doesn't care about your schedule. Screen-on-screen CCTV from Novosibirsk captures a dump truck lining up and reversing twice into a group outside a cafe bar before dawn.
Второй раз.
Motive according to local chatter, retaliation after a friend was hurt in a prior altercation. The user reverse isn't accidental. It gives the driver better sightlines on victims while weaponizing a reinforced bed and rear frame. Video shows scatter, not pileups. Material damage, few serious bodily injuries reported, which is astonishing given mass and momentum. Police will pull the telematics, match time codes, and add aggravated assault with a deadly weapon to the sheet. Defensive crowd tactics. If you hear engine revs and see backup lights, move at 45-degree angles away from the truck's rear arc. Don't freeze in the lane. Businesses with late-hour patrons should consider removable bollards or planters. Cheap, ugly, and life-saving. On the night of June 2, 2025 in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, a routine traffic stop spiraled into something no one saw coming. Around 10:38 p.m., an officer pulled over a vehicle near a gas station for having a loud exhaust and suspicious driving. The driver claimed it was his dad's car and that he was just there to grab some sodas. Things seemed routine until a store employee suddenly decided to get involved. The man, later identified as 46-year-old Scott, stormed out of the store yelling at officers for blocking the driveway, calling them names and demanding they leave his property. The officer told him to go back inside and stop interfering, but Scott wasn't having it. His attitude only got worse.
It's fine, man. I'll take your driver's license from you. Is there a reason why you're so hostile?
Huh?
Is there a reason why you're so hostile?
Oh, I hate cops.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're nothing but.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
That's when I freaking talked to a woman cop. She was nothing but a girl.
Okay, that's you. Go back inside. I'm not talking to you right now. Okay. All right. Good. All right. Where are you coming from?
Coming from downtown. I was coming to get sodas.
Sodas?
Yeah, and pot and food.
Here to get cigarettes. Okay. What about after that?
Back to my house.
Where's your house? What? What's your name? Seth. Best? Oh, okay. Alright, guys. And you guys got any open cases or on probation or anything like that?
No.
Alright.
Search my vehicle if you want to.
Okay. Thanks, man. Just sit tight, okay? So, this car passed me on, it saw me sitting in the Mayo parking lot, saw me pull up behind it, it like ripped around and tried to loop it and I lost it. Okay. I turned back around on West Cameron and saw it come back out. Okay. Weird, right? Yeah. Exhaust is out, and right when I pull in here, he starts yelling at me, like I already said. This guy's like being a problem too in the gas station. Yeah. It's like, you're not giving me a ticket for this, like it's my dad's car, like, you guys are all so I'm like, he's just I'm like, what's your deal? So I'm just gonna write him a warning for it. Like he's right, it's not his car. Like he doesn't have anything on his driving record. So like I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but hopefully this makes context better. I don't know. Sometimes that's the best way to go.
Alright.
You're probably, if you just want to wait in your car in case this guy.
In my car for him, if you don't mind.
Yeah, because I don't like that he keeps like coming out. I'm gonna go talk to him after the stop and pull and be like, what, you know, like, hey, like, I can't always choose where people pull into. Like, I planned on pulling them over.
164, copy a check.
Oh, you're right. Like, this isn't your car. Maybe giving you a ticket wouldn't be fair. So it's just a written warning today.
I can show you on the hood. It's got that 570 Hemi in it.
Yeah, it's still too loud. It's that the system.
We never got pulled over. We drive it to Osseo downtown.
Yeah, that's totally fine. So, do you know the guy inside there?
No, I don't. He's pretty pissy because he pulled me over to the freaking gas station.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you guys now.
He locked that door, I'm pretty sure. So
that's fine. You guys are free to go right now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move my cars in here or over here. We are, and we're gonna go just chat with him quick. I don't know if you guys still plan on going inside. That's up to you.
Not if you can be pissy like that.
Yeah. Well, I apologize that I ruined your trip here. Hopefully you guys can still get to a gas station quickly, okay?
When the officer finished with a traffic stop, he decided to go inside and confront Scott about his behavior. But instead of owning up, Scott got even louder, talking over the officer, refusing to identify himself and making it clear he didn't respect police.
How's it going? Hey, man.
No, I appreciate that leave.
What?
I don't have nothing to say to you.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You're going to listen to me right now because that's...
This is my place of business, my place of work. All I did is ask you nicely not to...
It was not very
you can't walk the driveway. No, I don't own it. I work here, but still, it's affecting our place of business because you guys are blocking the whole end of the parking lot. Who's going to show up if you guys are...
Well, here's the other thing. You never interfere with a traffic stop, okay? Because you can be arrested for obstruction.
I was talking to her. I wasn't. You were busy. I just said you can't block both you can't drop
very
the whole
rudely,
drive.
right? So
no, not as rude as you are. You are the rudest of all.
Okay, well, I will be. We're allowed to. I said what?
Pretty much start get your ass back inside.
I said those words.
I said pretty much.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I'm allowed to make traffic stops in parking lot. Because you're interfering. Are you going to let me talk? You just going to keep talking over me?
I told you I didn't want to talk to you. I'm at my
okay,
work.
well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to be notifying your boss about your behavior and then how you're acting, okay? What's your name? You want to give a name or no?
No, I'm not giving you my name.
Okay, well, obviously, I'm assuming he has a work schedule and knows who works then. I'm assuming he probably has a work schedule and is going to be able to figure out who is working. Is he going to be okay with you acting like that?
He's going to be okay with you guys not being on his property, blocking the intersection.
I'm just here's the thing. I'm just advising there's no reason to act the way you were acting.
Yeah, I didn't feel there was the way you were acting either.
You interfered. Are you going to let me talk, dude? There's just no reason to act that way.
I heard what you said.
And I'm just wanting you to know that that's completely inappropriate. When I'm dealing with like essentially a situation where I'm detaining two people,
you're one of those people,
you cannot interact with
you
them.
and say you're right. So fair enough.
All right, sounds good. Hope I got my point across.
The officer eventually contacted the Wisconsin Department of Corrections Monitoring Center to report the outburst. That's when things changed fast. They confirmed that Scott was on probation, and because of his aggressive behavior, they placed a probation hold, meaning he was now under arrest.
He was the only one that was saying anything. Nobody else was involved.
No, he was the only one that he came out of the store unprompted and began to interfere with my investigation. There was someone else in the store while he was yelling out at officers as well. Assaultive or threatening, telling police officers to leave his place of business, I guess is like my question on it. Like I know it's hard because it's like a blanket statement and we have to answer yes or no.
So the way that we kind of look at it is if anybody felt threatened by his behavior or if he made any threatening comments.
Okay, so the person that I stopped said that they no longer wanted to go inside of the business due to the way he was acting, and then would leave after. They said he was acting like a dick and they didn't want to go in there and have the guy be a dick.
Yeah. So then that qualifies as threatening behavior, which would be a hold for us.
Okay, yeah, that's good for me.
The officer returned to the store and calmly told him the news.
We obviously figured out who you were, right? So we talked to probation. They placed a hold on you. So you're going to be at this point placed under arrest, okay?
Right now?
Right now, yep.
Okay. Probation placed a hold.
No problem.
Appreciate you being cool and cooperative.
Is it alright if I get my phone?
Yeah, we'll help you.
We'll
help you get all that taken care of.
Alright. Go to the side door here, and then I'll grab some of the stuff we need, okay?
I'm gonna take care of this guy.
At first, he blamed the officer for being on a power trip, but when the cuffs clicked, his tone shifted. He apologized, admitting he was just having a bad week, that his wife's car broke down, and his dog had died.
I mean, I understand the whole purpose of all this, but I mean, you're just trying to prove a point. But
no, I mean, the probation places the hold for whatever reason they do. Once I figured out who you were, explained the situation to them, they make those calls, not me.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but
yep.
You made the call to start with, though.
I made the call to him, yep.
Yeah, I know.
Which I'm 100% in my right to do.
Well, yeah, but you didn't necessarily have to. I mean, you're just trying to prove a point.
If that's what you think, sure.
It is, because I didn't...
Okay, well, do you want to
talk
continue to argue with me, or do you want me to try to figure out how we can get this store closed down?
I'd like to figure out how to get the store closed down.
Go ahead. All right, who do you want me to call?
I can call Stacy. Hey, I can't close the store tonight because I guess I got to go sit in jail for the evening or whenever. Because I told some cops to get off the property. They didn't like how I did it or how I responded afterwards, so I'm being arrested and put on a probation hold.
Wait till I get there.
Yep.
Yeah,
how far out, I guess,
okay.
is she gonna...
She lives... So yeah, he said that'd be okay.
Okay, I'm heading. I'll get dressed and I'll head there right now.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
This is pretty much already set in stone, huh? Since you've already taught the probation and parole?
Yep.
Do I have to be handcuffed from behind? I'd appreciate it if I didn't. I just itch my face wise. What's that?
Yeah, I can move him to the front for you.
That'd be awesome of you.
What?
That would be awesome of you.
Okay, face towards in there, and then I'll get the one handcuff off, and then we'll move him to the front.
Works for me, thank you.
Yep.
I am sorry, dude. I don't normally act that way. I just having a bad week.
Okay, and I can understand that. That's why I tried to come in and chat with
my wife told him my car and my dog died.
Okay.
What does he need?
Just so he's got someone come in from Clyde. I can hang out. Like, I don't. I mean,
I'll just do paperwork in the car.
By the end of the night, Scott was sitting in the back of the patrol car, still talking, still trying to justify himself. But it was too late. His mouth had written a check his record couldn't cash. Instead of clocking out and heading home, he spent the night behind bars for a probation violation. Sometimes it's not what you do that gets you in trouble, it's what you say. Captured on October 14, 2025 outside Mall del Sol in northern Guayaquil, Ecuador. This footage shows the shocking aftermath of a car explosion in one of the busiest commercial areas of the city. At around 6:30 p.m., just as evening crowds filled the streets, a parked vehicle detonated with such force that it shattered windows and sent debris flying across lanes of traffic. Investigators later confirmed the blast was deliberate, an act of organized crime designed to send a message. A nearby taxi driver tragically lost his life, while 26 others were injured, many suffering burns and shrapnel wounds. Authorities quickly discovered a second rigged vehicle, neutralizing it just in time. This explosion came less than a month after a similar bombing on September 26th, marking a dark escalation in the city's ongoing struggle with gang-related violence. Guayaquil has become one of Ecuador's most volatile regions, where power struggles between rival groups have turned ordinary streets into battlegrounds. In a city that once thrived in trade and tourism, the sound of an explosion now signals the growing shadow of criminal control. The first pebbles are your only warning. People stare phones out while a small rockfall escalates to a full slope failure.
आ गए हैं सारे बर्बादी का शौक मनाने यहाँ पे हो गया।
The critical contacts, a forecourt with fuel, canopy columns, ignition sources, and dozens of soft targets. Two bystanders start herding the crowd back. Exactly right, because when its scarplets go, the runout can lead farther than you expect. Seconds later, the main mass surges, fills the roadway, and buries the initial fall zone. Heavy rain saturates soil, raises poor water pressure, and lubricates joints. Add cut slopes and poor drainage, and you've built a landslide machine. If you ever hear popping roots or see trees tilting downhill, don't linger. Go perpendicular to the flow line. to avoid getting funneled into the deepest debris. At fuel sites, staff should hit emergency pump shutoffs and evacuate. Rock striking dispensers isn't just property damage, it's a fireball. Commercial diver Alex Paxton had over a decade underwater. Inspection, troubleshooting, solving problems in places where mistakes compress into seconds. On October 27, 2020, at Lake Oliver Dam, Columbus, Georgia, he entered a penstock chamber to inspect a broken chain near a headgate. Before splash, Georgia Power personnel ran a safety brief and presented LOTO, lockout or tagout, paperwork, indicating all hazardous energy sources isolated. A flow meter check showed nothing alarming. What Paxton didn't know, facility documentation shown to the team omitted a second fill valve, a gate-type wheel separate from the flapper valve they'd been told about. That gate valve was not fully closed. Inside confined hydraulics, a partially open line creates differential pressure, suction with no obvious surface signature. Helmet cam footage shows routine movement, then a sickening reversal. Paxton's arm is yanked into an opening by an estimated 850 pounds of force. DP accidents are brutal because they're invisible until you're trapped. No thrash will overcome the pressure gradient pinning flesh and gear against steel. Surface support recognizes something's wrong immediately. But even a full team with pry bars can fight fluid dynamics. Within minutes, mechanical asphyxia takes them, chest unable to expand against a sustained hold. Investigations later acknowledged procedural failures, incomplete LOTO documentation, the undisclosed or overlooked second valve, a diagram the utility possessed but did not provide. Afterward, forms were updated to include both valves, an admission by revision. The helmet video became the case's unsentimental core, a professional doing exactly what his training demanded, defeated not by chance, but by preventable omissions. Settlements and statements followed. None restored the diver who trusted the paperwork. This next clip, allegedly from Iran, is both baffling and unnerving. Security footage shows a woman crossing what appears to be a small loading area when a massive structure, possibly a heavy metal gate, suddenly collapses toward her. Just when it seems inevitable she'll be crushed, something in the middle of the frame, a concrete divider or a steel beam, takes the full force of the impact. Dust and debris explode across the camera's view as she scrambles backward untouched. There's no visible cause, no wind, no collision, no sign of tampering. The gate simply folds as if pulled by an invisible hand. Many online speculators called it a miracle frame, pointing to that single object in the center as her unexpected shield. Structural experts later suggested metal fatigue as a cause, though others note how odd it is that it fell so precisely between her and the ground. Whatever the reason, it's an unnerving example of how seconds and sometimes inches determine whether you live or die. The Grand Canyon sells awe in wide shots, danger hides in the foreground. On July 3, 2020, Maria Andrea Salgado Lopez, 59, joined the steady stream at Mather Point, where railings quarrel most visitors until social paths tempt them a few paces beyond for a cleaner angle. Phone in hand, she backed up for framing, one step past memory of where the edge was. There's no cinematic slide, just absence beneath a heel and a drop of roughly 100 feet. Bystander audio fills with disbelief, turning to instruction. That's why you don't go down there. And then the frantic indexing of where she exactly fell.
Don't go down there.
Why you go down there?
Why would that? That's why everybody's sitting over there. They go for and take a picture.
And then we fall, and then somebody gets hurt. That's why you don't go down there. That's why there's no trail down there.
Oh my god.
Where's he at?
They fell down and fell off cliff. Why would that? That's why everybody's sitting over there. They go for and take a picture.
And then we fall, and then somebody gets hurt. That's why you don't go down there. That's why there's no trail down there.
Oh my god.
Where's he at?
They fell down. Fell off cliff.
Former rangers later explained the pattern. Desire for a unique shot pulls speed off sanctioned ground. Sand and crumbly Kaibab limestone give way. Staffing is thin. A rescue team might be deployed miles away for heat illness or another fall. The Park Service averages 12 deaths per year across the canyon from mixed causes: exposure, medical events, and yes, falls. Maria's story is common not because people are reckless caricatures, but because human spatial awareness is fallible on complex terrain, especially when a wide-angle lens compresses distance and railing suggests generic safety. Her body was recovered. Her family left with photographs that would never be posted. The shaky video and raw audio captured after the fall endure as an unvarnished caution. The canyon doesn't forgive misjudged inches. Relentless monsoon rain in Indonesia swallows streets, stalls commerce, and then shows its bluntest edge. A 3-story building in Denpasar surrenders to undermined footings and lateral load it can't carry.
Semeton, niki di pasar Badung niki semeton, niki pasar Kumbosari masih niki di samping niki semeton, banjir niki barang-barang ada di basement.
Di samping itu boleh. Aduh Tuhan.
The collapse looks almost slow because the first failure is out of sight. Soil scoured from under a wall or a slab, then gravity takes a rest in one motion. Remarkably, early word said no casualties, likely due to prior evacuation as walls cracked and doors jammed. Classic distress signs. Flood guidance worth repeating. Water has force. 30 cm can move a sedan. Double that sweeps SUVs. Don't drive through opaque water. Manholes lift and roads wash out. Post-flood, treat every structure as suspect until an engineer clears it. February 10, 2022, Turtle Creek, Monroeville, Pennsylvania. Christina Spikutsa, 38, part-time Uber driver and mother of 4 young ones, ages 1 to 13, accepts a late trip. The account belongs to Tanya Mullen. The rider is Calvin Crew, 22, hoodie, hat, mask, quiet at first. 10 minutes in, he shifts center and presses a handgun to the back of her head. Dashcam captures her steady, terrified logic. Please, I have a family.
For Tanea, how are you today? I'm sorry?
Keep driving.
You've got to be joking.
Keep driving.
What are you doing?
This is a gun. Keep driving.
No, it's not. Stop. Come on, man. I got a family. What are you doing?
I got a family too. Now drive.
What are you doing?
Drive.
Please stop.
Drive the car, miss.
Why
Just
are you
drive.
doing
Don't
this?
Don't make this so noticeable. Just drive.
Why are you doing this?
Just drive the car.
To where?
Complete the trip.
I cannot do that.
Complete the trip.
Why are you doing this?
Complete the trip.
Please.
Complete the trip.
Please
drive.
stop. Please, I'm begging you.
I'm begging
I have
you.
4
Drive the
kids.
car.
What are you
Drive the
doing?
car.
He seizes her phone, kills the camera, and forces her to continue driving while he attempts to access banking apps. Withdrawal and transfer attempts stretching nearly an hour through multiple neighborhoods. The recording ends. The ordeal does not.
Complete it. Now drive.
Please take that off of me. Please. No, no.
Keep driving. Do what I say and everything will be alright.
Around 9:50 p.m. near Monroeville, he executes her with a single round behind the ear, dumps her in the woods, and abandons the car. Spikutsa is reported missing the next day. Investigators recover the dashcam, reconstruct the route, correlate Uber back-end data, and identify Crew through the booking device. He's arrested within days. Context compounds the outrage. Crew had been detained 2 days earlier attempting an illegal firearm purchase and released without bail. Prosecutors moved swiftly. Evidence includes metadata, financial attempts, and the harrowing final minutes on video. Verdict, life without parole plus 13 to 26 years on additional counts. Appeals alleging bias roll forward. The record remains damning. For the family, paper justice doesn't refill a seat at dinner. 4 young ones lost their mother. A partner lost his anchor. The community lost someone working an extra shift to stabilize household math. One more fare, one more mile, and a predator weaponized her routine. In Mumbai, India, on July 22, 2025, the monsoon season unleashed what meteorologists described as incessant rainfall, a downpour so heavy it blanketed the entire city for hours. Streets turned into rivers, drains overflowed, and floodwaters began swallowing vehicles whole. Amid this chaos, one neighborhood in particular drew attention. The footage shows a cluster of row houses, modestly built and wedged tightly together, starting to tilt unnaturally. These homes weren't constructed with proper reinforcements. They relied on weak materials and aging foundations. Within moments, the saturated ground beneath them gave way, and a section of the block began collapsing like dominoes. Despite the terrifying sight, early reports suggest that no fatalities occurred. Many residents had reportedly evacuated earlier that morning after hearing the structure groaning and noticing cracks forming along the walls. Authorities later confirmed that this part of the neighborhood was classified as a high-risk zone due to illegal construction practices and poor drainage infrastructure. The event serves as a grim reminder that when nature turns violent, human shortcuts often become the first casualties. Captured inside a supermarket in São Luís, Brazil, on July 20th, 2025, this clip starts as a harmless bit of chaos, a snake slithering near the escalator until things spiral into something far stranger.
Okay, loucura.
Customers notice the reptile and scatter in alarm. A man decides to play the hero, stepping forward to grab it using a plastic bag. But as he leans over the escalator, the metal grating gives way beneath him, crashes straight through, vanishing into the machinery below. Panic erupts instantly. People scream. Some rush to help while others freeze, terrified the structure might collapse further. Emergency responders arrive within minutes and rescue him from the lower level. Miraculously, he survives with only minor injuries, scrapes and a sprained wrist. Investigators later confirmed that a mechanical fault in the escalator housing, combined with his sudden weight shift, caused the collapse. As for the snake, it escaped unharmed and was later retrieved by animal control. The bizarre sequence, snake, heroism, and machinery failure, turned what should have been a routine shopping trip into an incident nobody present will ever forget. Nhat Tan Bridge, Nhat Tan, Hanoi, an 8.3-kilometer cable stayed span across the Red River with segregated lanes to keep fast vehicles and two-wheelers apart. Speed limits allow up to 90 kilometers per hour. Bicycles are prohibited. On September 17, 2025, a dashcam captures a lawful car cruising center lane when an impossible silhouette materializes against traffic. A man, 40 to 50, pedaling a bicycle head-on in the car lane. No light, no reflective tape, no helmet, just dark clothing on dark asphalt. The driver swerves, tires barking as ABS pulses, but the closing speed leaves no margin. The impact is direct. The front clip buckles, the frame of the bike pretzels, and the cyclist is thrown forward with catastrophic trauma. He dies at the scene. Post-collision, witnesses describe the cyclist as disoriented before entry, perhaps exhausted, lost, or impaired. Others suspect a shortcut from the frontage road gone horribly wrong. Police open an investigation. Identity and causation remain undisclosed publicly. Locals mourn two victims, the deceased and the driver who complied with every rule and must now carry a memory he never chose. This was not a mystery of physics, only of decision. The bridge's design assumes compliance, a single rule respected. No bicycles on the span would have prevented an unavoidable kill zone geometry, high relative speed, night conditions, zero conspicuity, and opposite direction travel. The The final bonus clip is a strange mix of humor and danger captured in China. It shows a bull storming into a noodle shop, sending tables, chairs, and customers flying in panic. The restaurant's workers freeze as the massive animal barrels through the narrow entrance, knocking over utensils and displays before darting out the back door. Incredibly, no one is seriously injured, though one diner reportedly suffered bruises after diving under a table. Local authorities later confirmed the bull had escaped from a nearby livestock truck that overturned earlier in the day. The moment the animal bursts into the shop, noodles flying, bowl shattering, looks almost cinematic, yet it's entirely real. A wild, chaotic ending that feels both absurd and oddly fitting for a video series filled with near disasters. Interstate 94 near 71st Street, Chicago. Rain-slick night, strobes pulsing from an Illinois State Police squad car angled behind a disabled red sedan. The trooper, body mic crackling, coaches the motorist. Try the passenger side. We're partially in a live lane. It's a scene officers live daily. High risk by statistics even when it looks mundane. Then the equation changes in a single violent chain.
Okay, alright, you gonna be able to climb out? Can you get out to the passenger side? We're sitting in the middle of the lane of traffic. Okay. Oh my God. Chicago 3408, 1050 vehicle was just struck in the lane of traffic. If you could start fire this way. Chicago 3408, be advised I was partially struck.
Two vehicles well above the flow speed descend toward the light pattern. Hydroplaning risk is high. Sight distance collapses with spray. Reaction times evaporate. One car clips the sedan's front, converting it into a spinning projectile. The trooper reflexively leaps backward, escaping the worst case. Being pinned squeezed between mass and bumper. Radio call stack. Vehicle just struck. Start fire. I was partially struck. Shards of polycarbonate and laminated glass skate across his shoulder. The disabled driver remains belted, stunned but conscious. The trooper does a rapid self-check and begins triage, then scene control. Miraculously, injuries are minor. Abrasions from debris and shock, but the almosts are everywhere. By October 2025, both approaching drivers face charges including failure to move over. Identities withheld publicly due to pending adjudication. The footage reignites a simple operational truth. Emergency lights are not set decoration. They are a demand signal to slow, change lanes, and extend human reaction time. Here, centimeters and half steps separated a near miss from a line of duty death. The trooper walked away. The lesson shouldn't. As police rush to a Publix parking lot in Rockledge, Florida, after a 911 call reports a man yelling at his two youngsters and leaving them alone in a running car. When officers arrive, they find the man just outside the store. He insists he only went inside for 45 seconds to grab a receipt, but the conversation quickly turns tense.
Yeah. I mean, I literally was in there, as you guys know, for 45 seconds. Okay, hold on.
Well, we don't have to explain to you worst case scenario.
No,
Somebody decides to carjack you with your kids in your car when the keys are running.
No, I understand. So I mean, wow, okay. Even my son's like, that's kind of weird, Dad. So, hold on, no problem.
And are you doing okay tonight?
Yes, I already know. Yeah.
What happened? What happened? What do you think
My
I
son,
shared?
so Rockledge Police Department is outside of the car right now.
1 to 2.
Exactly.
27,
Why?
29 by number.
Because my son just did something stupid in the store.
What happened?
He busted open. Hold on, Mom. You're on.
Gloria DL.
I was just talking to the manager. My son busted open a roll of paper towels for $38.
92.
Playing around.
2, 8, 9.
And we came out to the car, and my son told me to shut up. So I just disciplined him and told him, hey, get your ass in the car. You're done for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't understand. You hear that, Mom?
Yeah, I'm listening. Do you want me to come up there?
No, I mean, yeah, you can. I mean, I don't They're saying that...
We're good. We're good. We're good.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't... Yeah. Are we not?
You need him?
I don't really... I mean, my son will tell you.
No, it's okay.
And he'll tell you, like, everything's okay. Like, he did something stupid. He got disciplined.
Can we talk away from your kids?
That's right.
Look.
Yes, ma'am.
everything is kind of raising a concern, right? Yeah, I know you're acting in a manner that is concerning to me. Are you in any type of narcotics or?
No, wait, ma'am. I just grocery shop. I'm very upset.
Okay.
Me and my baby mother are going through things. My son just disrespected me in front of the whole store.
Right, and I understand, but I'm telling you why we're here with you. We have a legal reason to be here, right?
The man nods, frustrated. He tells police his son had acted up inside the store, ripping open a $38 pack of paper towels, and when he scolded him, the boy yelled back, "Shut up." He says he simply disciplined him and stepped back inside for a forgotten item. But officers say his mannerisms are worrying. They note he is pacing, sweating, speaking erratically. One asks plainly, he denies it. Says he's just upset. His mother's been sick. His son embarrassed him in public. But as they talk, he becomes more agitated, insisting he's being unfairly judged.
We've been in the store for 30 minutes.
Okay.
We just came out. I had to run back in to go get my son left the water and the receipt. We were just shopping. I don't really understand what's going on. I mean, literally,
we got called out here because there was a big altercation between you and your kid.
There was a big altercation. And my son yelled at me and said, "Shut up." As a parent, I probably understand that. I said, "I don't think don't talk to me like that." His mother was on the phone.
Soon backup arrives. The man consents to a search of his vehicle, though he later tries to revoke it. Too late. Officers spot a piece of burnt aluminum foil, the kind commonly used for drugs. They now have probable cause to search the rest of the car.
My children are telling you everything's okay. But please come up here, Mom. Crying and stuff like this is. Hold on. Mom, can you come up here for a minute? This is terrible. Okay. Yeah, I don't. This is crazy, sir. Okay, like you can search me, pat me down.
Yeah, I appreciate you. You don't mind if I search you?
Yeah, no.
Why don't we come on this side of the car, just so we're not in front of your kids? And it's consensual, so you know, you're not. You got no weapons on you, right?
No.
Let's search this whole bag.
Yeah, I do.
You do mind?
Yeah, kind of, because my kids are watching.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, hold on. So, you know, I would really rather my attorney be up here.
That's totally your right.
Is that okay?
That's why I'm speaking to you, and this is totally consensual. I'm not ordering you.
I don't really even want them in my car right now, to be honest. So,
did you give them permission?
I said she could look, but now she's pulling my kid out, and I don't even understand what really the probable cause is.
So I just arrived on scene. I'm Officer Buckley.
So can you ask her what the probable cause is, because I don't really understand.
So did you give them permission to consent?
No. So can you ask her what
Okay, if you want to grab your stuff real quickly and go sit back down by your children.
His mother arrives pleading with police. She tells them he's been under stress, that her grandsons can vouch for him, and that the foil has been in the car forever. She insists there are no drugs, but officers aren't convinced.
Tell me, George.
I even just asked him, there's no
He's
probable.
been fresh, really fresh.
Yeah.
His mother's been involved in the freshness.
Yeah.
He's
You're
been-
talking about attitude.
No, I'm talking acting out.
Acting out.
Hold on,
She
son.
really has no
Sir.
cause.
Wait,
No, well, sir,
You gave her consent to search the car.
No, yes, sir. You're right.
I'm seeing burn foil paper, which leads me to believe it's drug paraphernalia, so you stay there.
I'm not even moving. They're trying to find a reason to.
Oh,
Ma'am, you're trying to.
Please.
I'm not doing anything. Ma'am, I'm not. It's my kids.
Buckley, could you have her escorted to her car?
I'm not even playing with her.
No, you're not. But
I'm not. It's my birthday.
It's his birthday tomorrow.
I'm not, ma'am. You can.
I'm very ground consent. However, it's a little too late because I already found a burn aluminum foil, which is known for drug paraphernalia.
Okay. And he just searched me. There's search everything.
Okay, I'm gonna finish conducting the search because now I gain probable cause to search the car.
there's nothing in the vehicle, then there's nothing to worry about. But the tinfoil, along with burnt residue,
No, I understand. It's been there
consistent with drug
forever.
paraphernalia, so that's what gives her the probable cause.
when one mentions that the residue could be tested. The man snaps. He becomes emotional, his voice breaking as he shouts that he's worked hard to rebuild his life. He was in prison 8 years ago, has been out 5, running a construction business, trying to be a better father.
Okay, I was in the street crime unit for a while, right? I know how to recognize drug activity, drug addict behavior, and drug paraphernalia, right? Cannot tell me this is not drug paraphernalia. There's cut-up straws and everything else.
So like I explained to you, I have 5 different construction workers in my car a day.
Okay, you gotta be quiet. Is by the driver seat where you have control of the vehicle and you can reach this at any point, right? And you're the only adult driving the vehicle, okay? So it wasn't by the passenger seat or anything else, okay?
That's fine.
I bet if I test this, right, I'm gonna find something, right? And then you and I, we're gonna talk away from your kids and away from everybody. Is that okay?
Okay. You get drugs off the street?
Go sit down.
Record this, Mom, for real. Record this. She's asking me to help her get drugs off the street.
Officer, please.
No, she's asking me to. I told her I don't know what to.
I'm gonna test.
I'm telling her.
I don't want to be.
Like here, I don't test it. Like she's like, oh, there's gonna be crack in it. Okay, test it. No, there's no crack. Mom, record it, please, on your phone. Mom, I'm asking you, record it. No,
Stop,
Mom, record it.
Stop.
Mom, she's asking me to snitch. I'm asking you to record this.
I understand what she's
Mom, I'm asking you. I'm on my knees. I'm asking you to record it, Mom.
Just take a deep breath. You're fine.
I look like a drug dealer, man. She asked me what I went to prison for. I went to prison 8 years ago. I've been out 5 years. I've been being a father, man.
You're not thinking logically here.
The you mean I ain't thinking logically? You got my kids in front of
Dude,
me.
sir, you need to calm down or I'm placing you in
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My hands are up.
Take a seat. Take a seat.
Everything that you're saying in front of your kids.
Take a seat.
She just came and asked me if I could help get drug dealers off the street. Stupid job.
The confrontation escalates. His mother pleads for calm as officers warn him to stop yelling and keep his hands visible. Then it happens. Officers move in to detain him, fearing he might resist.
Ma'am.
No, you haven't.
Yes, ma'am. I guess I have. If you see my record for back in the day, I've been very respectful. Ma'am, I didn't do anything. You guys, like, I was shopping with my kids at Publix. My son got disrespectful. Yeah, back here. Get down. What the f? Mom!
Stop resisting.
I'm not.
Okay,
what the f? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Mom!
Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
If you resist
I'm
more,
not.
you're gonna get another car.
The youngsters watch from the car, crying, while their grandmother tries to shield them. Moments later, the man is in cuffs, shaken and furious. Officers tell him he's being charged with possession of drug paraphernalia and child neglect without great bodily harm, both misdemeanors. He pleads that he's sober, that the foil meant nothing, that he was only trying to feed his kids. But the scene is already over. His groceries scattered, his sons in tears, and his mother heartbroken. A routine trip to the grocery store turned into an arrest, all over a misunderstanding, a piece of foil, and a father's breaking point.
My window, she
Calm down. Stop. Hey, calm down.
This is what she did to me.
Okay.
I would love to calm it down. She won't leave.
Okay. Is it her?
Huh?
Is it
yes,
her?
it's her.
Okay.
Have a seat for me. Yeah, have a seat for me. Have a seat for me, okay? Where are you? Put your arms down.
Do you want EMS? Do you need EMS?
Officers arrived to a chaotic scene at a small home, shattered glass on the ground, a blood trail on the threshold, and 2 people shouting over each other. Inside, a woman sits trembling, clutching a towel into a deep cut on her forearm and a swollen cheek. She says she tried to block the door because her bank cards and work items were inside. When the door slammed, the glass tore her arm. She insists the cut wasn't caused by him.
She punched me in the face several times. She's been hitting me, calling out my name. Yes.
This is your house?
Yes, mine.
Okay, so how did it start? What happened today?
I found that because I don't have furniture all like that. So I found that over there in the apartments.
Okay.
She pointed it out.
we was coming back from the store, right?
Okay.
I go over there. I was like, oh yeah, I can use that to mount my TV and you put stuff on there.
The
So
shelf thing.
yeah,
Okay.
so there be no clutter.
Gotcha.
It's filthy. So I used a bleach cleaner.
Okay.
It slipped my mind she was allergic to it. I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about cleaning something that is filthy that I just brought in my house.
I gotcha.
Oh, and she's just being dramatic.
Autumn, my name is Autumn.
Autumn, my name is Leah.
Where's she
Autumn.
cut at?
I have no idea.
Oh.
How did you cut yourself, Autumn?
I was trying to stand in the door because he's got my bank cards.
Yeah.
And he's got my work stuff, and I have to go to work tomorrow, so I was putting my foot in the door, and he pushed it really hard, and it cut me open.
All right, Autumn. How old are you, Autumn?
Oh, I'm 27.
Yeah. Okay, so we need to get this. We need to get this clothes
right here.
Oh.
Are these your clothes?
No bleach. Don't use that.
Yeah.
Don't touch that. He uses it for everything. Oh.
I think it might need pack. Does it look like you need a pack at all?
I just wanted my stuff. I just wanted my stuff. I'm allergic to bleach, and he used bleach on a piece of furniture he found on the sidewalk in his enclosed room, and I was like, well, that's childish. Why would you do something like that? It's not smart. And he threw a fit, and now we're here.
The man, Vince, points to scratches along his neck and jaw and a slice near his shoulder. He tells officers the argument started after he brought in a curb-fine shelf and cleaned it with bleach. He claims she punched through glass and kept forcing the door. He shows officers scattered belongings on the porch, saying he dragged her things out to get distance and close the door.
Hey, take a second. So
You're lying.
Hey, Vince. Okay, so you said those scratches are from her?
These are from her. This is from the door.
I'm gonna have you. I'm gonna take a picture of them. Okay.
Do what you want.
Okay.
So your arm's not from the door?
It is from the door.
It's from the glass?
It's the same thing as the
glass
back
on
of
the
his
door is broke.
Yeah, it's the same thing as the back of his neck. He's got a dash on the back of his neck. He was pushing with his back, and that door broke. And it cut him, and it cut me, and it slammed my finger in the door.
Shouldn't have been pushing your way into my door.
Don't move, man. All right.
How about that?
Let me see your other side.
Nah, liar.
All right, we need to get.
You're a liar. Mom, Charlie is a liar.
Let's walk over here so we don't have to listen to her. Walk over here. Yeah, come over here. We don't need to listen to that. Yeah, we got you. If it's just gonna upset you. All right. Just hang out right here for us. Right here. We're good right here. Just relax. Just cool off. Hey, she's pissing you off, and I get that. You're justifiably pissed off, okay?
She's lying on me, trying to hurt my character. She said I'm hitting her. I ain't never put my hands on a female in my life.
Are you in cuffs?
No, but still, it's gonna be a report. It's gonna be written down, and of course, man.
Your first name?
Vince,
I'm Leah. You're not in cuffs. People lie all the time. We can see through the bullshit, okay?
I hope you seeing through that bullshit over there.
We take more women to jail for domestic than men, okay? Relax. Stop screaming over this officer over here, okay? She's only trying to talk to you, okay?
I'm sorry. I'm just pissed off because I ain't even doing that.
A roommate backs up core details, shouting repeated attempts to keep her from re-entering, the window breaking, and then punches thrown outside.
So I hear, things are going on. I can hear them yelling out there, you know, him telling her to get out of the house, but she wouldn't. Glass breaks. I come there to see the door is closed, but the door window is broken, but he's trying to close the door, but she won't let him close the door. Like I don't know why. It's probably because she wants the cops to come here while he's out there. So
it's the outside door over here. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. I haven't gone over and looked or anything yet, but so he was trying to close the door. She was outside trying to come in, basically, is what you're saying?
Yeah, if you see that cut right there, it's probably because of that. Because I do hear her just saying "ow," and it does sound genuine because she will. It was probably it was literally because of her negligence.
You guys, I know you guys said you guys were like engaged or whatever. Are you guys still like engaged?
I don't know. I don't want to send her out on the street. She's going through a lot, and I care about her. I'm just tired of this shit, and it's always coming back on me like I'm the bad guy, I'm the problem, I'm this, I'm that.
Look,
I'm sick of that shit.
Look, man, we're trying to figure it out, all right?
And I don't want her arrested. I don't want her thrown nowhere. I don't want her out on the street. I'm just tired of this shit. It falls on me every time.
That's why we're trying to figure something out. Did you guys still stay together?
Well, right now the only place she has to stay is here.
Here.
Right now, because she's waiting on housing from the United Way or some shit, and she just got on the phone with them today.
Okay. Yep. And you guys were in a romantic relationship? You guys
Yeah,
were
we are.
engaged? Okay.
The woman admits the gash came from the glass, not from him, but says he's been cornering and scaring her. She also explains she's been storing belongings here after losing housing and has nowhere else to go. Medics wrap her arm and prepare transport. Given the statements, corroboration from a witness, visible injuries consistent with offensive strikes, and her acknowledgement that the cut came from the window, not an assault, officers determine probable cause for domestic violence. She's taken into custody from the ambulance bay to prevent further escalation.
It's a little weird.
Yeah, I bet you do. That big adrenaline dump? Yeah, I bet you feel not well.
Can I talk to that guy, please, to ask him to please kindly not to destroy my stuff?
We'll talk to you. We'll talk to about that, okay? But right now I need to get you into the ambulance so you don't fall over, okay?
I'm scared.
Okay, well don't be scared. I've got you.
Can I have that bag?
Okay, hold on a second. I'll get you whatever you need. We're gonna get you in the ambulance right now, okay?
I don't know where my wallet's at.
It's bullshit. Like, I don't know why I give a about somebody who can't even have a conversation, who can't even, oh yeah, if it's not her way, it's the highway. It's bullshit. Whatever happens, happens, but I don't want to be the reason why she gets arrested or any of that. I just wanted her out of my house for a moment.
I got
He remains shaken and angry, already worrying about the broken window and, like everyone on scene, trying to make sense of how fast it all spiraled. On March 25, 2024 at approximately 11:18 a.m., Lolitha Lola Hall, 61, arrived at William Brock's residence on the 7000 block of South Charleston, Clifton Road in Clark County, Ohio. It was a routine Uber Connect pickup, retrieve a parcel, photograph the handoff, move on to the next stop. Hall, who split time between rides and deliveries, parked, phone and reading glasses in hand, and walked toward the porch expecting the usual, a brief exchange and a navigation ping confirming completion. What she could not know was that Brock, 82, had spent the prior hours pummeled by coordinated extortion calls. The scammers spun a cinematic lie. A relative of a friend's grandson jailed after a fatal wreck. $12,000 demanded immediately. We're watching you by drone. A woman in a black car will collect the cash. Sees her phone so she can't alert police. The narrative primed him to perceive any stranger as the bagman. When Hall stepped into view, the script inside Brock said locked into place. Brock met her outside with a revolver. Hall identified herself, explained the Uber task, and tried to hand over verification. He confiscated her phone, questioned her identity, and blocked retreat. As Hall edged toward her car, a close quarter struggle flared at the threshold. Brock fired, first into her leg, then 2 more rounds. Hall was transported emergently and died in surgery from multiple gunshot wounds. Brock sustained minor head or ear injuries consistent with a scuffle. While deputies were on scene, the scammers called back, spinning fresh lies to an officer posing as hospital staff. One caller promised to appear in 20 minutes. No one arrived.
Oh, I need to know what officer, sir.
You're gonna be in trouble.
Okay. Let me ask you this. The female you sent over here, you know who she is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, she's been in an accident. And this is actually an officer. It's Detective Cruz with the Clark County Sheriff's Office. I need you to dial a number, get this number so I can explain more to you. Hello? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, we got disconnected there.
Okay.
What were you saying?
She was in an accident. This is Detective Cruz with the Clark County Sheriff's Office. She was taken to the hospital. I need you to call so we can get more information on her.
Okay, what type of accident?
It was a serious accident. We'll just say that.
A serious accident?
Yes.
Is she okay?
No, she's not doing well.
Oh, no.
Yeah. She just say she was taken to the hospital.
What hospital is she
I'm not going to tell you that until you meet me so I can make sure you're family or something like that.
Okay, I'm going to be there, give me 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Where is the gentleman that was there?
Huh?
The gentleman that was there, where is he?
He's talking to us, so I need you to come.
Okay, thank you. I'll be there.
20 minutes, get ready. Let's see if he shows up.
Did they get them stabilized a little bit? She's in the ambulance, so they'll get her care flight again.
On April 15, 2024, a grand jury indicted Brock on 3 counts of murder, purposeful felony murder during felonious assault, and murder predicated on kidnapping, plus related charges. Hall's family filed a civil wrongful death action. Brock posted a $200,000 bond, placed on house arrest. Trial set for November 3, 2025. Defense filings preview a self-defense theory framed by the scam threats. Prosecution emphasizes that a simple 911 call before Gunsmoke could have validated Hall's role and prevented an irreversible outcome. An ordinary app pickup intersected with fear-hardened misinformation, and a woman doing her job never made it home. Thanks for watching. Stay vigilant, friends.